At night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Hey, good evening. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, where we are going to discuss about how the world is actually a stage and that we are perhaps just players in this. Are some of us maybe not even real for all that matter, but we seem to be living in a scripted reality. It seems to be going along like a movie. We're finding out that many of the things that we thought were huge events in our historical timeline were, in many cases, nothing more than a wag the dog type situation, media frenzied crap, that is permeated into through our media to perceive it as real. I mean, let's face it, they scared the hell out of everybody from riding in airships with one newsreel clip of the Hindenburg exploding. So it's not that far to imagine something like that being orchestrated. I mean, we look at World War I, supposedly started with the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and we note that the license plate is the exact date that the war ended. Coincidence? I don't know. Now, there are some random things that happen from time to time. Many random things, of course. Not everything is scripted. For instance, I want to show you something. This just happened up the street from me. This old Adventist church / schoolhouse. In fact, my grandmother was a teacher there back in the 40s. The roof blew off of it, and just by luck, you'll see in this clip, it got caught on one of the cameras. And as you can see, it's lucky that this roof here didn't land on a car going by. It just by luck. Watch this. See it come loose? That's a big piece of tin. Look at, boom. This car here, right by, And boom. Isn't that amazing? Deborah Clark, I wanted to thank you for your donation. I was just looking at that and wanted to make note. Thank you so much. So yeah, I've been watching God Rules. He tells some information. Yeah, we're being told a lot of things. I'm looking at the way things are playing out, and you can see that it's all once you break beyond some of the matrixized things. Like for instance, I want to bring this whole trying to get everybody all scared and worked up over the arrest of, or possible arrest or whatever, of Donald Trump. And one side's going, hey, we're going to get that son of a bitch. And the other side's saying, it's all a show. It's all a show. January 6th was a show. The whole thing was meant to happen exactly how it's happened. And in fact, I think Trump was actually part of that and influenced and set up with, we perceive this left, right, and Donald Trump and Nancy Pelosi hate each other. Bullshit. They all work for the same circus. It's all a show. Oh my gosh, I got some people have joined me here. Let's take a look. We got Larry Holloway. Of course, Deborah Clark is here. And once again, thank you so much. Jared Jaguar. He says, peace to everyone in chat. But what about the people that aren't in chat? No peace to them? That's not nice. I'm just kidding. Let's see. We got Carrie Skates. That is an A, right? Yeah, Skates. I got to go. I got my Costco card, so I'm going to go and get my eyes done, and I have to update the old peepers here. It's a shame. Let's see. Mr. B is here. Hello, Mr. B. Okay, let's see. I think that's just about all that we have right now. Anyway, just wanted to discuss how some of this stuff is like, we had Brian Staveley on the other night, and that was interesting as all get out. The information, that got us thinking in other directions, especially with the 9/11, but also with other things that we see. It's almost, I've come to the conclusion that if you see something pushed heavy duty through media, it's almost like one of these, methinks the lady doth protest too much. There's something behind it. Oh yeah, the button. Don't forget about that like button. Renee's here. Plowboy 6656. I guess everybody's kind of coming in. Thank you. Thank you so much. Emilios Man. Did I say that right? Emilios Man? I don't like that. I like the way that flows. So I'm going to open it up because we're going to kind of have an open chat here tonight on some of these deceptions that we're under. It seems like just about everything that they want you to think is true has turned out to be, or is turning out to be, an absolute illusion. And in many cases, the opposite of what they're purporting it to be. Like, well, I don't know, take your pick. Take your pick. I think that they're even up to and including the proposed population of the earth is a bullshit lie as well. I don't think it's 8 billion people. I don't think it's anywhere close to it. And in that, how would they even fucking know, really? I hit the dislike to prove it doesn't matter. Yeah, right. Well, what, it doesn't matter, doesn't it? If everything you think you know is a lie, or the opposite of what you've thought it has been all the time, here we can just pick one. Hey, man's been to the moon. Nope, that's not true. Do you know Earth is a ball spinning around, flying around through a fucking void? No, it's not. Do you know that the president of the United States is the leader of the free world? No, he's not. He's not. There's two lies there. There is no free world. And he's not the leader of it. He's the puppet, maybe. But no, by no means is he the one leading it. I mean, I don't care. Take your pick. Take your pick. Whatever it is they want you to believe, you can pretty much rest assured that it's the opposite of that that's occurring. Absolutely. Also with a moniker of fear involved to keep people from critically thinking. They hit you with shocking things that you believe are actually happening, and it puts you into a fight or flight response mode. You don't think properly. but you do react as expected. And through that reaction, they come in and offer a solution. It's the old Hegelian dialectic that we live in. They create a problem, you react, and there they are waiting with a solution. Look how quickly they drafted up the Patriot Act after 9/11. Thousands and thousands of pages of legislation went through lickety split, no problem whatsoever. Or did they already have that waiting in the wings and use that as an excuse to run it through? You can bet your sweet ass that it was the second, is what I said. So, yeah, in acting, we're all acting. This is why we have personalities. Once you understand that, the masks that are commonly attributed to theater, tragedy, and comedy that I actually used for a thumbnail are what's known as a persona, and they were used in Greek theater to represent the characters. And we still, to this day, that's why they call the way you act in public around other people as a persona, because it is. You put forth a personality, a persona for others to see. So it's hard for some people because then they start becoming a persona that they present, and it's not their true self, and they get lost. And this, I think, is one of the reasons we have so many lost people, is because they're so caught up in their persona that they've lost sight of their own self, of their own self-awareness. They actually try to become the character. And in many cases, the character that they try to become is an emulation of someone that they've seen. We see this all the time when people start to dress a certain way because someone in Hollywood or in the music industry dresses that way, or certain hairstyles. This is how these things are permeated into the public, and people start to adopt these personas, these ideas that are not themselves. And I think through a lot of that, we lose, we're driven away from the love vibration and into that, because so many people are caught up into their validation being the perception of others of themselves. What do these people think of me? You know, that's their grasp on reality, and it's not the true self. If you go by what others think of you, then you're going by erroneous assumptions that are not you, and you start to adopt those exact attributes that those people have placed upon you. You see it time and time again, and it's an easy trap to get caught up into, and you got to really delve in and find out who am I, and does it really matter what someone else's perception is? See, this is another reason that so many people are afraid to embrace any truth, or they become closet truthers, where they hide in the wings. They agree with everything, but for fear of ostracization by normies, they're afraid to say anything. And the system is real good at placing that down upon everybody, that conspiracy theorists, they throw that on there, and that automatically makes somebody a tinfoil hat crazy guy. Where in reality, it just means a critical thinker. Somebody who actually looks beyond the official story, which we've often found, and as I stated a moment ago, is usually just the opposite of what they are trying to, what the reality is. We got Lizzo's joined us, Lizzo French. There you go. Yes, if you try to be somebody else's perception, then you're not being true to yourself. And what do they say? To thine own self be true, you know? But they've really tried to push their narrative as a reality. I mean, one of the things I've noticed too is, as far as like racism is concerned, I joke about it often because of the fact that the only place you really see that taking place is in the media or on television. In reality, you really don't see these things. Yeah, you see videos where people have bought into the shit and then they'll act upon it. But for the most part, that's just exacerbated and pushed out there by the system to keep us as divided as possible, so that we don't come together in finding truth. We don't come together and realize that it's not a black white, it's not a left right, it's not any of these false paradigms that have been created for you to exist in, fighting against each other. It's they've done that so that we don't realize that it's us against them, and we so outnumber them. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying anything violent has to be going on, but you have to be aware. You have to be aware of what's really going on. All of these things are put into place to keep you subjugated into this shit that you're in right now. People going to argue. People will go fight over whether or not Donald Trump gets put in jail or not. Really? Why? Why? That's ridiculous, especially in light of the fact that he threw his January 6th supporters right under the fucking bus. And you think I would go out there? You think I would go out there after you did that shit and then go out there and I'm gonna protest something happened to you again? Especially when you realize that the likelihood of that being a contrived setup is greater than you could imagine. And believe you me, I guarantee you, if there are any protests or anything that come about from this, it's set up. It's by the government. All your Trump supporter people in that thing, 90% of them are going to be feds. They're going to do some shit to make it look like Trump people or Republicans or anybody are. You see what I'm saying? And then, of course, that's going to get the left, quote unquote, left worked up into a frenzy too. And then we can have some more peaceful but fiery protests and shit. And it's just chaos. That's all it is. And nobody realizing it, that those are not the problems. Those problems are manufactured and created by the very people that you go and foolishly cast a vote for because you believe that they're this character that they're portraying. That's the reality of it. It's a character. Donald Trump is not that person you see that you believe. Okay, that's a character he plays. Same thing with Joe Biden. Joe Biden is playing the character of a senile, dottery old guy that don't give a shit. Okay, this is not by accident. This is not by accident. It's just not like they go, oh, look, oh, shit. He happens to be senile. We might have to invoke this amendment and that amendment and the 25th and all this other bullshit. This was done on purpose so that they could implement the shit that they're doing and you will put up with it. And you will. And the worst part is knowing full well that this last election was a sham. Of course, there always are, right? These people are going to go and do it again. Now, what's the definition of insanity? Repeating the same events and expecting different results. Mr. B thinks, he says, Trump won't go to jail no more than Clinton or Hunter Biden. Well, you're right. You're right. But that does got the people all worked up and then putting the litmus paper out there, baby. Putting the litmus paper out there. Getting like 700 reserve troops in New York City ready for any kind of riots and shit like that. I mean, they're really hyping it up in the media. And it's like, really? Who cares? I didn't see anybody throwing up a fucking protest with when Bernie Getz got locked up. There's another rich guy. They put him in handcuffs, walked his ass and put him in prison, right? Okay. Yeah. And the guy made off with a bunch of people's life savings. Okay. Here's Donald Trump. What did he do? Paid hush money to a slut, to a porn star and shit, right? Whatever. Who cares? Really? That's the big deal. Listen, I already know the dude's a scumbag. If you're at that level of politics, you got to be a scumbag. There's no way anybody of any decent moral character could ever get to that level of politics. And once you've crossed that threshold, then it's no holds barred. So what do you really got? Found a key and got inside. What are you talking about, ZXL? If I missed someone, I'm sorry. Who did we get? Let's see. The realist McCoy. Okay, we got that guy. Let's see. I'm just making sure. American Pride, Ohio. Hello. Howdy. Good to see you in here tonight. So we're going to put this in here. I'm going to see if I can be technographically correct. Look at there. Oh my God, I'm so good at this. Getting better and better as we go. Look here, we can pin that up at the top of the Chateaubriand as we like it. All right, Bryce Beer, you're amazing. Nobody is going to jail except the citizens who don't toe the NWO line. Yeah, they might try. They might try, but here's the key too. I'm not a citizen. I'm not on any ship. Okay, I'm not in that game. This is what I don't understand. Okay, although I have an affinity for the people of this land, I have absolutely no obligation or allegiance to this fucking clown act that claims control over this land. Okay, not whatsoever. It's a shitty ass system full of shitty ass people. It's been corrupt from the get go. And hey, I'm just not in it. I don't want to be a part of it. I unsubscribe. And I think you should unsubscribe too. Everybody should just unsubscribe. We don't need you anymore. We're doing fine without you because the more you help, the worse shit gets. And I don't think there's anybody out there that can deny the truth in what I just said. The more they try to help or give the illusion of trying to help, the worse shit gets. I mean, it's like a bunch of idiots trying to put out a fire with a can of gasoline. You know, it's but the dumb shits in this spell of this reality will follow through a cult of personality, believe the used car salesman really likes them and is their friend and shit, and really just buy into it. And the next thing you know, it's, here you are again, more and more and more and more. If you keep, that's why I said, don't vote, man. It just encourages them, it just encourages them. You get more and more and more and more, of these asshats. And I've never seen it at a level like I've seen it recently. I mean, I've always known that they were inept, incapable, whatever other non-productive adjective you want to place on it, in every one of their aspects, from local municipal police all the way up to the freaking FBI, which is a sham. It's a joke. The FBI is a total fucking joke. The only thing that criminal outfit has ever had is a good PR campaign. That's it. Had their own TV show. Oh, J. Edgar Hoover and the FBI and all this other horse shit. And it ain't nothing more than a bunch of damn criminals founded by a freaking criminal. Little freaking tranny living with his mom till she died. Come on, man. This is some of the weird shit that we got going on in our world. Nobody's thinking anything of it. Now they're right out in the open. It's just like all the satanic minions are out there. The demonically possessed are fully running wild, just running wild. And everybody's going, oh, hey, you guys better stop that, or we're going to say mean stuff on Facebook. We're going to say mean stuff on Twitter, and, don't make us have to protest. Come on, man. They're not listening. Best thing we could do right now is just stop. Just stop. Quit encouraging them. Turn off your goddamn TVs. Stop watching that shit. Don't worry about who's running for what. They're going to put whoever the hell they want in there anyway, so it don't matter. Just sit back, make some popcorn, and watch the show. Ain't that right, Carrie? Ain't that right? Never voted religious cult, voting back home. It is. It is. These people, I used to think there was something to it, when I was a kid and everybody was into the patriotic hype of the bicentennial of the United States. Hell, you couldn't get a commercial break on television without them having a bicentennial moment telling you about how Betsy Ross wrung her wet panties into the fucking cannon to put the fire out or some kind of stupid shit. really gets you hyped up into that crap. And there again, you look into it, and you have to. I don't even think we really won that. I think that they call it the Great Experiment for a reason. I think that it was given the illusion of winning, because there's nothing better than colonists who don't know that they're colonists. And still to this day, I've always wondered that since I was a little kid. Why the hell we give a crap about all this stuff, what the English do, what the British do, the Queen and the King and the Prince and all that shit. They're just a bunch of rich ass bastards that nobody really gives a shit about, right? Why do we pay such homage to them? Why does our president of the United States bow down to a king or queen? That ought to make people wonder something right there, man. But I don't know, man. What do y'all think about it? This is I mean, there was you realize there was more Germans here than there were English during the colonial times, all that, right? In fact, there was more German speaking people on the land than there were English speaking people, yet we ended up speaking English as our national language. Why? In fact, I think the king had to have a translator read the Declaration of Independence to him because he was German. He could speak, but he didn't write. He couldn't read in English. So I don't know, man. I don't think we ever broke free of it. And I think this was always designed to end up right to where we're at right now. Because as you see, it started out from being under the control of the Bank of England, a central bank. We said, yay, we got away from that. And that lasted a whole couple of years until 1812. And they tried to get us under a bank again. They tried and failed until it finally took place in 1913. And who do you think the Federal Reserve Bank is ultimately owned by? Where is the financial capital of the world? That's right, London City, city-state. There's Natasha Jones. You're tardy, Natasha. I'm gonna mark it down in my little book over here. Natasha Jones was tardy on 3/21 by almost a half hour. You're lucky. Where's your hall pass? See how ingrained that dumb shit from school is in people's heads? I bet you this day, if you walked by a school and heard the bell, you'd respond to it like you're supposed to do something, even though you know you're not supposed to, that you don't. But yeah. Yeah, they rule from a different tower now. That's it. I'm not going to admonish you, Natasha. Nobody gets my alerts. Nobody gets notified of my channel getting live because of the fact that there's I'm shadow banned. They don't like the things that I talk about. I talk about the verboten things. I'm not supposed to tell people that the world is flat and that they've been lied to their entire life to make them believe they live on a fucking ball. People don't like to be. It's easier to fool people than it is to convince them that they've been fooled. And I think that's one of the biggest problems we run into all the time, especially within the truth community, is that people don't want to admit. If you can humble yourself to realize that, yeah, I can be fooled. Many people watched what's that magician's name? I'm trying to remember. Help me out, guys. The one that made the Statue of Liberty disappear. All right, so we know that was an illusion, and we know that the Statue of Liberty didn't really disappear, right? And it didn't really disappear, but it appeared to disappear. So basically, we were all fooled, okay, when we witnessed that. When illusionists do that, we are all being fooled at that. Once you find out how the trick is done, it loses its luster. But also important to it is you come to the realization that, oh, I am fallible. I can be tricked. I can. And so can you. And we all have been at one point of our lives or another. We tend to believe what we want to, what we think is good. And as we tend to also believe that which has been beaten into our skulls from the time we can earliest remember. And so if you're told this crazy story of you live on a ball spinning through a void at fantastic speeds that you can't feel because of math. Well, there's an instance of it, because when you stand back and you rationally think about it, then you realize that, hey, this is this isn't true. This isn't true. Is it Ironton Auditor? Oh, yeah, there's Ironton Auditor messaging me. What's he doing? Let me see. I gotta figure this out somehow. Oh yeah, I showed him that. I showed him that thing I showed y'all. Maybe y'all probably didn't get to see this. I'm gonna bring it up again. This happened just the other day, just up the street from me, and this was really kind of scary. This building right here. This is an old Seventh-day Adventist church / school. It dates back to 1888. And of course, there's a cemetery over here next to it. Now, I just live up this road here, and this roof is tin. Now, the wind must have been doing something crazy that day, because watch this. Tin roof gets blowed right off. That truck right under it, because it went up high. Boom. That's a big chunk of tin, too. Look at that. Just flying around like a cloth. Just flying around like a piece of cloth. Ain't that amazing? Ain't that amazing? That's insane, man. Thought he couldn't feel it because of math. That could be, but no, it's because it's math. It could be math. Of course, usually, I guess, I wouldn't know math if you laid it out in front of me. God's honest truth. Never been around it, never had any desire to be around it. I've had a hard, steady, fast rule in my life that if you mess with that shit or you on that shit, I don't even want you around me. It's that simple. Never seen anybody become successful. Yes, Copperfield. David Copperfield. That was the guy's name. He performs now, I guess, at the MG. Why is that squeaky like that? There we go. He performs at the MGM Hotel now in Las Vegas. So at least he did a couple years ago. I saw him there. That was refraction. That's right. That didn't move. The fucking roof didn't move. That was refraction. So we're gonna have to address the refraction. So I had an interesting stream. I was on a channel last night. I popped on there. It was called Wake Up or Else. He covers a lot of these Mandela effects, and primarily those that are within the Bible, and what that could actually, the repercussions of that actually be. Really quite interesting. We had a great discussion over there. We've been discussing these changes. I switched to blunts. No, I rolled a great big huge doobie. And Renee, this is a cool thing. Perhaps you remember these. They were around in the 70s and 80s. This one is made of wood, but it's got they used to make them out of ceramic, and I had one that had Rolling Stones lips on it and shit, and they're just perfect for holding a doobie in. No, I don't do blunts, but I had this earlier because I had a whole bunch of shake, and I said, you know what, I'm going to roll that into a joint, and this thing's lasted me about 2.5, 3 hours now. It's crazy. It says, was it amazing how the top of the school globe and the bottom is fastened where you can't see what's on either end? Again, it was their way of not letting us know what was there. Well, it's not just that too. It's just like, don't even think about it. Don't even worry about it. And the thing that gets you too on that is that, like, at 50 degrees north latitude, there is like a shitload of flora and fauna, all right? Plants and animals. Whereas at 50 degrees south, there ain't shit. There's nothing. They don't, even at 60 degrees. Whereas at the north, you've got caribou, you've got all these things, and down in the south, you've got what? Penguins. There's not even any trees. There's no plants. There's just nothing. And so you gotta wonder, shouldn't that be the same if you were on a ball? Of course it should. But the fact of the matter is that's the outer edge, and of course gets the less sunlight. The idea that they get 24 hours of daylight in the south is ridiculous. They never get that. If that were true, Australia would experience the same thing as Alaska does, just by its proximity to the Antarctic as it is to Alaska to the north. You'd have the exact same thing. Of course, who knows? There's another thing that's changing is the maps. The maps are changing. So now South America is way east. Cuba's gigantic, as big as Florida. I don't know. Maybe I'll wake up tomorrow and Australia will be right off the coast of Florida. Who the fuck knows? It could be anything. But there is something there, though. What is it? Yeah, I know. That's what's so weird. This gust of wind. And they said, let me see. I think there's some more about this. Let me close this down. Pinch it down. Let me see. So Stanley Volunteer Fire Chief Terry Pettit reported that the Stanley Volunteers were called at 12:31. Let me close this. Seventh-day Adventist Church on 720 West Main Street when firefighters arrived. Let me see what was going on. He said that even though the winds were not real strong, a nearby resident reported that they felt a strong burst at the time the roof was blown off. It was fortunate that nobody walking or a vehicle passing by were hit by the roofing. So yeah, that is, and that's a good indication too. That sign doesn't move there. These trees don't even see. Let's see if the trees are affected. Just a second. Let me bring that back up. Let's see. No. See, that tree didn't even move. The sign did move a bit. Let's watch it again. Hold on. Wow. Yeah, the sign moved a little bit. But like this tree over here wasn't even moving. It was amazing. I get some like that right here where I live that just come blasting through my carport like it's I'll open the door and the wind will grab it right out of my hand. It's amazing. We got live music. Says, I have to bring it up. I know it exists, but I have yet to find the label under globes about not being for education. Looked again at Target 2 days ago. Maybe we should stay away from saying all globes have that. No, they have started to put it on the tag. They have started to put that on the tag. They stopped doing like that as soon as people started looking into it just a couple of years ago. So yeah, that's another thing. But still, nobody uses a globe for navigation at all, anywhere, ever. You don't ever see a globe on the bridge of a ship. They don't have a globe in the cockpit of an airplane. Nobody has a globe in their car. Everybody uses a flat map, man. And in fact, the air routes are calculated on a azimuthal, equilateral, or flat Earth map. Nobody uses a damn globe for anything except to make people think that they live on a fucking globe. That's the only thing. It's strange. You have to find an old one now. What, a globe? Yeah, probably. Some of the shit, when I try to tell some people about some of this stuff, there's two types of people. Well, actually three. Those that just give you a fluoride stare. Those that go, Oh, well, no, I must have misread that, or I didn't know that, or that just doesn't make sense. And then you got these people that go, oh shit, you got a point, And I was talking to somebody I know that they were with their grandmother in the grocery store the other day. And I knew that the grandmother was well versed in the Bible. And of course, growing up with the grandmother, this girl knew quite a bit in there. And I says, hey, in Isaiah 11:6, I says, what animal lies with the lamb? She didn't miss a beat. Both of them said lion. And I said, you better go back and look. She goes, what are you talking about? I said, it's a wolf now. She goes, what are you talking about? I said, there's shit changing, man. And I told her of a couple more. I says, where two or what? Gather in my name, I shall be in their midst. And she goes, two or more. I said, nope. She goes, oh, come on. I said, it's changed 2 or 3. She goes, well, maybe that's in a, always everybody, a newer printed Bible or something. I said, no, go look. Yours will say that now. Yours says that now. And it blew their mind. Another lady down at the store up the road, I went in there to get cigarettes, and she's maybe a few years younger than me or so. And I said, you grew up watching World of Disney, right? She goes, yeah, every Sunday night. And I said, you remember? And Tinkerbell had come out, and she go, oh yeah. And she even did the thing with her hand, drawing the arc over top of the castle. And I say, yeah, Tinkerbell never did that. She goes, oh, come on. Yes. And I said, no, go home and look. Go home and look, man. You're going to find out that this is different. She goes, well, I'm going to have to look. She goes, I got a whole bunch of Disney. I said, you check them all out. You find one, you let me know, because I want to see it. And she knew I was dead serious. She knows that I'm not one to just bullshit about something. So it was just like, what? This guy's serious, I mean, people know when I'm bullshitting them, when I'm pulling her leg, but she knew better. And that was, she's like, oh my God. No, and also, what is it? Tinker Bell. It's Miss Bell. First name Tinker, I guess, because now it's 2 words. The word dilemma is now not spelled with an N anymore. And I remember purposely mispronouncing the word so I could spell it right by pronouncing it dilemma. Now that's never been there. And one I'm saying, I used to know that the word surprise was SUPRISE, and now it's SURPRISE. And I'm like, wait a second, no. And spell check will take you back to that, right to it. I'm like, this is not right. Now that one's a possibility, but no, I've usually prided myself on my ability to spell, and punctuation and proper grammar when I write. So no. But the ones that are disturbing, well, they're all kind of, some may find it scary that these changes, for whatever reason, whether it be that our reality is actually malleable and fluid, which I believe. Some think it has something to do with hadron colliders. Some others think it has to do with time travel. And none of these seem to fit in. And what really astonishes me is that there are some that people agree on and others that they have totally different remembrances of. Like, for instance, the HIPAA. My wife, who worked at the health department for years, in fact, when the HIPAA Act was first put into legislature, and she swears that it's always been spelled the way that it's spelled now, whereas I remember it having 2 P's, and one of those P's standing for privacy. This is the whole reason everybody yells HIPAA. If an auditor goes in someplace, it's like a medical place or whatever, and he's got his camera, they start hollering at HIPAA violations because of the Privacy Act. Well, privacy is no longer in that acronym anymore. It's a Health Insurers Private Portability and Accountability Act or something like that. As privacy is not even in the damn thing anymore. So who knows? Who knows what's going on there? She remembers it the one way. But then again, with the Tinkerbell, she remembers Tinkerbell being there, but Tinkerbell's no longer there. There you go. Another pilot. More and more of them coming out and letting everybody know, man, as if it was a big secret. But it is. If you try to break people away from that spell, and this is why they protest so hard. Not only they have so much money invested into this crap, and so many entangled lies invested into this shit, but I believe it also to be the foundational spell that all the rest of the deceptions are built upon. With the aid of 4 alchemical types of magic: Enochian magic, sigil magic, illusory magic, and pharmakia, we have people lulled into this with the spinning ball. It's like the watch, like the spiral. What do we use to hypnotize people? And they get you early. Look at here look who rolled in from the cold. What's happening, Mr. Jeebus Crisp? You are muted, sir. You are muted, sir.
That's right. I gotta fix my audio. Give me just a minute.
There, I got you. I just unmuted
Gotta
you. I
fix
don't
my
know why
audio.
you
Give
were
me just a
muted.
minute.
You got your shits all fucked up, bro.
Gotta fix my audio. Oh, there we go. This stupid phone, I swear. Let's see.
So let's see. Already this year we've had we've had train derailment season, and then first we had UFO balloon season, and then it went into train derailment season, and now we're going into arrest the president season, I guess. Did I miss anything? Anybody? Where the hell did he go? He just blew up out of here like it was. You can't do that, Jeebus Crisp. It's not allowed. I'm going to tell Sarah to kick your ass for me. That's what I'm going to do. So I was going to ask you, there he is.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
This phone that I'm on, it's weird. And when I come on, I have to go to audio settings and select every setting before I can hear anything. And then it starts working. Yeah.
So I watched this thing by Clayton. You know who Clayton Morris is? He's got that. Him and his wife got a show called Redacted on
I've
YouTube.
heard of that. I'm not sure about the name though.
So he interviewed this ex-FBI guy, former FBI guy, who exposes the truth of the UFO invasion. And he was talking about these things are real, that they're actually interdimensionals. And some of them are benevolent, but some of them are malevolent. And I'm sitting here going, well, that don't sound much like the Bible at all, angels and demons. You know, and that they can only exist materialistically in this reality for a short period of time. Which explains why, they just kind of zip out of existence. They'll be there 1 minute and then poof, they're gone. What are your views on that?
Oh man. I try not to, I don't know, man. I try not to speculate, but I have seen some pretty weird shit in the sky. I have seen things materialize. I believe that we showed you the picture that Sarah took on the highway the other day.
Yeah.
That started out just looking like, I don't know, like this cylinder shaped kind of cloud was coming out of the other clouds. And it was, it's just crazy because all of a sudden we're taking pictures of the cloud formations. And then we get home and we look at the pictures because we were going by them, we couldn't like sit there and stare at them long. And we started looking at the pictures, and one in particular was a solid object, and it had like a light or something reflective on the end of it. It was protruding from the clouds, right? Not unlike this avatar I have here. This was a cube-shaped cloud that we took a picture of, and this is a really zoomed-in picture. The original picture I have, it was just I took a picture of the clouds because I thought they looked kind of cool that day, and I got to looking at them. I go through them with a fine-tooth comb and looking for objects and stuff, and I'll zoom in and stuff. And here's this freaking cube shaped cloud. I mean, it looks like it has dimensions to it,
Where was that? Oh yeah, wait. Here's it. Here's the ones you sent me. Let me.
I'm sorry about the camera. I just got home. We're having dinner. But I wanted to say about the Mandela effects thing, the one that blows my mind the most, and I'm really skeptical about the Mandela effect stuff. But it's the what's his name, McMahon.
Yeah, Ed McMahon.
Ed McMahon, yeah, with the Publishers Clearinghouse. I remember, I mean, like it was yesterday, watching those commercials where he would go up to people's doors and they'd get all hysterical and he'd hand them the big check, you know. I
Yeah.
remember that shit, dude. Like that's how I know who Ed McMahon is. I've never seen him on Star Search or any of that.
I remember that.
I used to make jokes about it, man. I'd be like, "Oh, yeah, it's
Yeah, prank call people and say you're Ed McMahon and stuff like that.
or better yet, you know, where are you gonna? How you get that big ass check in your car, man? You got to go to the bank. You see somebody, you know, rolling up to the bank drive-up window with one of those fucking big ass checks. You know, it's like, how are you gonna do that, right?
We talked about it. We were like, is it possible that we remember Ed McMahon and then we remember a commercial where they handed out big checks and then we just got them confused somehow and we're all like, no, fuck no, dude, that was Ed McMahon.
That's the thing. There's so much residue of that. In fact, even Ed McMahon there did a music video with Snoop Dogg, where he shows up at the door to take back the big check.
Oh, what?
Yeah. And there's you know, like other skits and things that have been made regarding that, you know, him doing that. So that's in this other outfit that they're talking about, American Home something or another. I don't even know what the name of it is. I don't even recall that up until recently, I had never even heard of that company. But I've known about Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes since I was a little kid, because I was all the time that thing would come in the mail and I couldn't understand why my mother would throw that in the garbage. And I'd even say, don't you want Ed McMahon to show up with one of those big checks? You know. Yeah. But I couldn't understand, why was she throwing that shit away, man? You could win money. It ain't hurt you nothing. Just fill it out and send it in. I didn't know that you end up getting a whole bunch more junk mail from it, you know.
Yeah, like those they'd send you those car keys in the mail. It'd be like a fake key or whatever.
Yeah,
Like
Yeah, or the Publishers Clearinghouse and the Gerber Life Insurance Program.
Mm-hmm.
The what insurance program?
The Gerber Life Insurance Program.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
In the Sunday papers, it'd have the big Publishers Clearinghouse in the paper, and then you'd get the little, they were like little note cards, post-it cards, advertising for Gerber Life Insurance policies.
Mm-hmm. I remember that too.
Yep. See, now, probably none of that. Boy, if you could find one of those things, you know, with Ed McMahon's picture on it or something.
There was another thing today about the Fruit of the Looms thing. A dude, I don't know if he actually had an advertisement picture or something where it had the cornucopia on it.
No kidding.
And it just, and maybe like he photoshopped it in just to show everybody how familiar it looks. But I remember that cornucopia with the fruit in it because I had a polo shirt when I was a kid that had it right there on the pocket, like right on the left side of the shirt.
Yep. Listen, I have an anchor memory of that too, because that's how I learned what a cornucopia was.
So my question is, why are they, I mean, you know, why are things changing? And furthermore, why are they faking these spacewalks, these space station videos where you can clearly see the wires hooked to these people's clothes? And so if space is, let's not say fake, okay, let's just say not what they're leading us to believe that it is, right? Even if so, why hide it? Like, why lie about it? What's the big deal? Like, people can't get used to that. Like, they're not open to the idea that things aren't what they seem, or, I mean.
Well, they've got to keep you onto this whole track of space and the earth being a globe and the hopelessness of all of that involved with it. Wildly spinning through a chaotic universe I mean, look, every other month there's some kind of they've discovered an asteroid and it's on its collision course with Earth, or it's going to nearly miss the Earth. None of that shit's true at all. It's just,
or it's a black hole.
oh yeah.
No,
Which
they've
is
never seen a black hole.
No, it's a theoretical thing made up by astrophysicists. And
Yeah.
you might as well just call that imagination, astrophysics.
I'll tell you the closest thing I've ever seen to a black hole. And it was that, yeah, somebody needs to get their mind out of the gutter. Yeah, it was when Chili was here, you know. No, but seriously, there's this thing called sonoluminescence. If you've ever seen it, it's a phenomenon that happens when the mantis shrimp clacks his mandibles together, or they can also send a certain sound frequency into a water molecule. And what happens is the water molecules collapse upon themselves so violently, right, that it heats up to like the temperature of the sun or hotter. And this is in water, inside of a water molecule. And then what you see is it'll collapse and it creates like this vortex, like it'll look like a black whirlpool, you know, and then this point of light will come out of it. And it looks like a star, like a blue star. And they call it star in a jar, right? That's the closest thing I've ever seen that I could say, you know, maybe black holes are a real thing because, you know.
Well, we have to first off look, where did the idea of a black hole come up from? And it came when they found flaws in Einstein's equations. And they said, well, instead of his equation is wrong, they said, oh, well, that must mean that there's black holes. So they basically made up black holes, but then they found out that it still didn't work. And then they came up with this shit. They had to make up gravitons and dark matter and all this other fantastical bullshit that's never been proven. Right. And there again, in the true form of astrophysics, they take a nonsensical theory and treat it as though it's fact. And in the old mantra of if you repeat something enough times loud enough, it becomes truth. Now we live in an age where, well, theoretical black holes are a certainty, you see. And no one, like you said, nobody's ever seen one. No one has ever really, they've said they've found one, but I don't know how they could have done such a thing.
Now they're trying to say that we're living in one.
Oh, well, I believe that before I could believe that, you know, they've actually seen one.
Well, I mean, it's mind wizardry is all it is. It is. It's pure and utter mind wizardry.
I just back of today is just being blasphemy, like, you know, they're just lying, and it, you know, it's like that one person that I watched today. I can't think of his name, but you know who I'm talking about. He was saying that the scientists believe the scientists, but you know, discredit the archaeologists because the archaeologists are digging up something different that the scientists are saying, and they're trying to say, oh, they know what's inside the sun. How does anybody know what's inside the sun? How you can't even is there a sun? What? How do you know what's inside a sun?
Well, and here's the whole thing too. They for some reason, all these gases decided to collect together in balls, and all of these dust particles and rocks and shit decided to turn into balls, and some of the ones made out of gas for some reason caught fire, and then the ones that weren't they became planets. Now I'm looking at the whole idea of a vacuum of space, a void, where everything is going to try to equalize. It's not going to coalesce. That's stupid.
Well, think of this.
I want to tell you that this explosion took place, and an explosion of nothing created everything.
I don't know about the Big Bang thing, right? But think of this: when a woman gets pregnant, right, and the baby starts forming, and all these molecules just know right where to go. You know what I mean? They build up and they start clotting up, and next thing you know, you got a heart, and next thing you know, bam, it's beating, it's going, and then the skeleton, all the calcium goes right where it's supposed to go. I mean, how does it know to do that, right? That's God. That's that God frequency, right? But
right.
So where does it come? You know, that's always been my big question. That's why I rely on the faith part of it, because I can't explain these things, but I know that it happens. I know there's a design behind things, and I know that there has to be a creator, or else there would be no design. Right? It's just stuff
Right.
doesn't randomly happen like that.
Well, I believe there's a creator, definitely, but it's man that's corrupting it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can gonna agree on that too. But like I said, I don't know if that. I wouldn't say that space is not real, but I would definitely say that they're lying about it.
Oh
So
yeah,
why
they're
lie?
definitely
So
lying.
what's the big secret? Like,
Yeah. And I believe that
Weird.
did you like some of the archaeologists are digging up these like the Incas and stuff. I don't know how true it is. I've been looking at it, and they're it's like, okay, you get these potteries that's been hundreds of years old, thousands, and they're writing dinosaurs. How's that possible when man wasn't even around then? So what are they writing? You know, it's like, okay.
Well, and how do we actually know that these artifacts presented to us by an already corrupt organization are actually real to begin with?
You know, my son was telling me that. He said he came across something where, I don't know, it was on TikTok where the Chinese were making up some of these dinosaur bones. And I don't know
Yeah.
how true that is, but I didn't actually see it. But he says some of these bones, Mom, are fake. He
It's
says,
not some of them, all of them.
and
You're
he
never
says,
going to see the actual dinosaur bones. Okay. Those are put away in a vault, and so that they don't decay and all this other crap they tell you. You're not allowed to look at it. And what you see in those museums are replicas.
okay,
Those bones are made from an epoxy mixed with the ground up bone meal of pigs. And
yeah,
yes,
oh,
there's a place in China that they are like the largest manufacturer of these replica bones
okay,
that there are. And right near there just so happens to be a dinosaur graveyard. Right. Okay. um, so yeah, it's all fake. It really is. The very first dinosaur. I encourage you, if you really want to, go over to Eric Dubé's channel. He's got a thing on that called Dinosaurs Never Existed. He goes into where the very first dinosaur found, right,
mm-hmm,
was a guy in New York found a tooth, and he couldn't identify the tooth. So he consulted with a guy over in England who was already onto this thing, talking about giant lizards and shit.
right.
And he determined that that tooth belonged to a dinosaur and drew the dinosaur and sent it back to New York and said, "This is where
by
it's
the
at."
tooth.
And it went in the
What?
newspaper. Yeah, from a tooth.
You can't do that from a tooth.
Well, you know that. I know that. But
Oh,
leading scientists say
You
that's all
want
you
the
have.
tooth? You can't handle the tooth.
You can't handle the tooth. There you go. Good one, Jeeves. Jeez. I need to get my sound effects up. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But see, there again, you can tell people, especially wishful and hopeful minds, and concrete it with just enough authority, like top scientist says, or leading researchers say, and there it is. That's all you have to preface it with. 4 out of 5 doctors recommend Camel cigarettes, you know? So that's all it takes. That's all it takes. People will believe that. You know,
well,
all
that's
you have
what
to do is
that's
say,
what we were
here's
raised in school. You know, that was one of the things that were brought up in school.
Just for the record, I want to say that 4 out of 5 doctors do not recommend Campbell. That is just comedic entertainment.
oh no, they do. That's why I still smoke Camel to this day. You know,
I
I,
don't smoke at all.
I was so proud of myself. I set a pack of these cigarettes up at 75 yards, and I bet somebody a whole new pack of cigarettes that I could put a bullet hole right through that Camel's hump with my AR-15. He took me up on it. First shot, pow, right through the hump, baby. Right through it. They didn't count on that. A lot of people take it for granted. They say, "Oh, that old guy, he can't shoot." Motherfucker, I've been shooting longer than you've been alive.
Me shooting might be the reason why you're alive.
Yeah, might be. It could be. Might be coming to that soon. Who knows, man? I mean, what are they doing with this stupid gonna try to arrest? I mean, I don't care. I think it, whether they arrest that stupid son of a bitch or not, I don't give a shit. He's just a fat bloviating toad as far as I'm concerned. But, and that's not mean I like the other side either. I think they're all a bunch of corrupt ass pedophiles and shit, man. I think every last one of them, that they're dirty, rotten, low down. Otherwise they wouldn't be at the level of politics that they're at. But there are those that, they would gladly hold DJT's nutsack in their hands for hours on end just for the honor of doing so. That would go out there, I think, and fight or even exact violence on behalf of that fool, and that's kind of worries me. And there's another side that would go out there on the opposition and do exactly the same. And I wonder, do y'all think that's maybe what they're trying to spark? They're trying to get that kind of a thing going?
Well, even if he does get in, my son says he'll probably get assassinated because that's what The Simpsons said. If you ever seen that one character, that one site that they took off immaculately, everything. I guess the O's standing up there next to him, and the Clinton is standing next to him, Biden's standing next to him, and all of a sudden he falls down. It's in a futuristic from The Simpsons, and they took it off the air, but he got it, and it's like he's gonna be, he's supposed to be killed.
You see, I'm kind of rudimentarily, I've been playing around kind of a little bit of a theory or idea that I've been having in my head, that there's more to film and media than just entertainment, moving pictures and sound. I believe that there's an element of magic involved with it, and that's one of the reasons that they use Hollywood for it. But what I'm looking at is that I've been trying to find connections. I noticed with a lot of these Mandela effects, there seems to be a Tom Hanks connection.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Now I take a look at some of the things that were done with Tom Hanks in his movies. Okay. He's been placed in a lot of historical roles.
Right.
Okay. Even with Forrest Gump, he was a fictional character realistically immersed into actual historic events.
Right.
Okay. And his most recent, I guess, about playing Mr. Rogers, which is another Mandela effect.
He's got another one that he just came out with too, where he's like a real historical figure. I can't remember what it was.
It's Otto.
Yeah. No, wait, is that the one where about the pilot?
Oh no, it's
yeah. I know the one you're talking about, the Captain Phillips or whatever.
Right.
But see, that's what I'm saying. And there's something about the reality and film, and there's hints and connections. Now I'm going to you might think I'm going off the rails a little bit here, but I want you to look at your Back to the Future films.
Oh, okay? Yeah.
Just about every time that the DeLorean goes into the future or the past, there's something to do with film involved.
Yeah, like the movie theater crash and all that.
Right.
He like almost crashes into the movie theater, and then when he arrives in 1955, he crashes right where the movie theater would have been, like if he had.
Right. And even in the initial, when the Libyans are chasing him, right? And he hits 88 miles an hour and goes into time just before smashing into a photomat booth. That's where you used to be able to drop off your film, and they would process it, and you'd come back in 3 days and they would have it there. And later on they had 1 hour photo places. But yeah, and it's like, I'm going, whoa, what is this about film? And why is it that there's so much involved with the Mandela effect and Tom Hanks?
Right.
So, I do know that on another level, he is a high level magician. There's others as well. Billy Bob Thornton.
Look at all these actors and not even just actors, but famous people, the Pope even, that mysteriously came up with a black eye, right?
Right.
George Bush was one of them, I believe. I think I don't know. They're saying it's some kind of like an initiation type of deal where you're.
Well, is it possible? And we go ahead and we look at, if we're seeing shit changing in our reality in a supernatural way to begin with. I mean, nothing's off the table. So do you think there may be something involved with a spell cast along with imagery on film, or in the case of The Simpsons, an animation that can actually bring these things to fruition?
I don't
What
know.
if even like, I'm sorry, Deborah, go ahead.
The thing is, what I don't understand is The Simpsons, they made this a long time ago before Trump was even president. That's what I can't understand.
Yeah, and the imagery was on point too. I mean, as far as
Yeah,
the
that's
background,
what
the
I'm
guy
saying.
standing next to him.
Right?
Yeah.
How
So
would
that's
they
where I was
know that?
going with it.
It had to be in the future.
What if, they're casting some kind of like, I don't know, like a glamour spell, on people, on mass people, and they're changing these things, themselves. Not that they're literally changing history. They're just changing them and then telling you that it never existed that way, just to see if they can convince you, or how many people will align with the false memory, right?
I don't know. It seems to be very selective. It'd be such a complex
They
thing to
say,
do such selective things. And the things that get me are not only those, like you're saying, with the predictive programming, that kind of shit, but with these changes. Notice we have this tendency to use the term they without, who is they? I use it too. And I'm like, who the fuck is they? But I think that this is beyond mortals. I believe that this is beyond human capability. They'd like you to think that they're responsible, or to go down these avenues of the hadron collider or electromagnetic fields or time travel. Hell, there's another guy that says we keep jumping back and forth between Earths, which is preposterous because it doesn't make sense that some of us would have these heavy duty anchor memories of shit and others don't.
Well, there's
And we
another
don't.
Hollywood implication. They're all the movies that they're doing now, all the superhero movies and all the science fiction stuff. It all has something to do with travel in the multiverse, or having multi-versions
Yeah.
of Earth, or
Well,
Earth.
there again, there's some changes that have occurred in the Bible where it refers to God as the creator of the worlds now instead of the world. So even the word world has become plural in scripture. So how, see what I'm saying? It's something supernatural that's changing these things. And I look at it as though it's a way of revelation. It's a way of revealing shit to us. I think that this actually, the creator is the one that's actually responsible for this. And the reason I think also that not everybody's seeing it is because, like I've said, for those with eyes to see and the ears to hear. And it doesn't say everybody's going to have that.
That's kind of strange. I just watched a thing tonight on, I don't know if you ever follow Gino Jennings, and he did a scripture on something similar to what you just said, only his words wasn't worlds, it was heavens.
Oh yeah, that's even right
Instead
in
of heaven, it was heavens. There was
it
more than
used to
one
be.
heavens.
Hey, Sovereign, I
It
just
used
sent
to
you a
be.
video a while back, just about a week ago, of a preacher quoting that verse
Yeah.
from the Bible, and he said heavens, and he was looking right down at a Bible when he said it.
Yep.
This is an older recording,
Yeah.
but it's on YouTube, and he says it. God created the heavens and the earth.
Well,
And he
see, and
says it.
here's you guys want to hear? I told this the other night. This is a really kind of strange story. Okay. Well, just hang tight. You guys talk for a second. I'm gonna grab this thing real quick. It's just in the other.
So,
It's I just got done watching it. It was like 3 days ago or something. He goes by Gino Jennings, and it's called Deceitful, just something like that. And I was watching it and listening to it, and he was talking about how the sins were how the sins were recreated, and how that God didn't create trans people, it was the sin and all that. And then that's when he went into something about a different thing about, well, God created the heavens. And I'm going, wait a minute, I thought there was only one. You know, so it was
Well,
kind of weird. It was like, and he read, and the
Well,
guy read it from the Bible,
that's
and the
to imply
scripture
that
came,
there are other
and the
worlds out there.
scripture, and the
So it's
scripture came
heavens.
right out of the Bible. It was the King James version. And I went and looked in mine, and I'm like, wait a minute, it says it in mine. And I swear it did not say that.
well, see, this is it used to in my world. It said, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth," and
Weird.
so now it just is singular heaven.
Yeah, but
Now, this is what really got me. Okay,
it's
in
weird.
Exodus 34:14. Okay,
Yeah.
this is where they're laying down the law. Okay, it says, "For thou shalt worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God."
Right.
Now, wait, jealous? His name is jealous and it's capitalized. I
No,
don't remember
wait
that
a
ever
minute.
being there. So I had highlighted this. I had gotten this
His no.
Gideon
Wait,
Bible.
you
I
said
got it at a thrift store. It's a King James version. It's from 1985.
you mean it says his name is jealous?
It says just like this. I'm reading this to you verbatim. "For thou shalt worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God." And jealous is capitalized.
Wonder what that meant.
All right. So
Yeah, because that's weird.
just as I had highlighted that, there's this little piece of paper. You can see it sticking up right here. That was in this Bible when I bought it. Apparently, it belonged to someone else. And on it was written a scripture. This fell out right after I highlighted this thing where it says God's name is jealous. And it fell out, and on it was just the only thing written on it. It said Psalms 83:18. So I thought, wonder what it says there. So I went to Psalms 83:18, and it says, "That men may know that thou, whose name alone is Jehovah, art the most high over all the earth." Now, what in the heck are the odds of something like that happening? That I find the scripture where it says his name is jealous. This piece of paper falls out and points me to another scripture in another book saying his name is Jehovah.
Yeah,
That's divine intervention, man. That's divine.
yeah.
I've seen the one where it says his name is Jehovah. I've seen that one.
But I mean, right after I get done highlighting the one that says his name is jealous, that little piece of paper falls out. And as you can see, this is all it is, just a little scrap of paper.
Wow.
That's it. And that the only thing written on it is Psalms 83:18. So I just went, well, I wonder what scripture that is. So I looked at it. Something told me to look at it. Boom. And there it is saying his name is Jehovah. And I'm like, whoa, I was supposed to find that.
Yeah, I guess. That's amazing.
I was supposed to find that. But see, there's so many others in here too. What was it when the dove went out from Noah, right? There was floating around there. And then he sent the dove out, and the dove came back with something.
It was an olive branch.
Yeah.
Okay. No, now it's an olive leaf.
What?
Yep.
Oh, it was an olive branch.
It's in Genesis 8:11. It says, "And the dove came into him in the evening, and lo, in her mouth was an olive leaf, plucked, Pluckt, plucked off." So Noah knew that the waters were abated from off the earth.
Yeah, no, I remember it as being an olive branch, and if I'm not mistaken, I think that's why they use the olive branch whenever they talk about America, when they use that as the symbolism, because it was supposed to be like the new world, right? The same as
Yeah, it was
Noah.
definitely. I agree with indoctrinated. It was definitely a branch. That's how
Right?
I remember it when I grew up. When I was going to church and Sunday school and all that, it was a branch. That's how I was taught.
So then it's chapter 28 in Genesis. Go to 14. That's changed too. It says, and thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth, which it used to be the sands of the sea. And thou shalt, let's see, spread abroad to the west and to the east and to the north and to the south. And in thee and in thy seed shall be the families of the earth be blessed. It used to be nations. Now it's families of the earth be blessed.
Hmm.
So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff, man. And it just here's one too. Now listen how biblical this word is. We got in Genesis 31:37. It says, whereas thou hast searched all my stuff, what hast thou found of all thy household stuff? Set it here before my brethren and thy brethren and thy brethren, that they may judge betwixt us both. So the stuff.
Who would say that? You don't put. I've never seen anything like stuff in there.
Yeah, it's here now. It's here now.
It
Let's
would-
hear. Okay, in chapter 32, verse 24, talks about Jacob was left alone, and there he wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. It used to be an angel. He
Yep.
wrestled with an angel. Now it's a man.
Oh,
So
wow.
yeah, there's and it's like, wait a second, what is going on here? And of course,
Okay.
we know Isaiah 11:6, where it says now that the wolf shall lie with the lamb. And it used to be a lion. Everybody knows that. You ask 10 out of 10 people, and
Well,
at
yeah,
least
because you always see the lion laying, the lion, and then you see the lamb next to the lion, laying right there.
right.
There's always been a picture of it. I've never seen a wolf with a lamb.
Sounds kind of like hang on, what you got going? Okay, just one sec. So then we go to Exodus, and we're in chapter 34, verse 4. It says, and he hewed 2 tables of stone like unto the first. And Moses rose up early in the morning and went up unto Mount Sinai, as the Lord had commanded him, and took in his hand the 2 tables of stone.
What's tables?
Yeah, I thought they were tablets.
They're supposed to be tablets.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the 10
Ten
Commandments?
Commandments, yeah. Of
Yeah.
And the tablets.
course they were tablets.
That's how I remember it. The 10 Commandments were the tablets.
Yeah, now it's now it's tables. And
Tables.
even in 34:29, it says, and it came to pass when Moses came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 tables of testimony in Moses' hand. It's tables.
Are they giving us drugs to, change our memory or something?
Well, see, how does that supernaturally change on a bookshelf?
Well, think about words like the periodic table or times tables and stuff like that. I mean, I can see where that word would fit, but I don't remember that being the word used.
No. Well, and here's another one, Leviticus. This is the law. This is where they tell you what foods are clean and what foods are unclean, and that kind of thing. So this is the law, right? And in Leviticus chapter 12, verse 8, it says, and if she not be able to bring a lamb, then she shall bring 2 turtles.
What?
Yeah, this is for sacrifice. Yeah.
Oh, you don't bring
Yeah.
That's
Anything that's anything that crawls on its belly or that his belly touches the ground is considered
I've
unclean.
never heard of a turtle.
Typos, and everybody PayPal me says they're typos. Really? This is in everybody's Bible, every King James Bible. It's a typo. Come on, man. This was meticulously written by hand to start with.
Okay, you got me messed up. I gotta go look at my Bible.
I already have.
I I'm gonna go look at my very old one.
There you go. I suggest it. I really do.
You know how you were talking about, they're performing magic or whatever, whoever they is, this
Oh my god.
this whole thing of the shadow government and these dark magicians and what have you, right? Think about the presidential inauguration, right?
Mhm.
Think about the ritual they're doing there.
Oh, yeah.
Between the dome and the obelisk, right?
Mhm.
Now what?
Now in Egypt,
Hold on. Wait a second. What'd you say, honey? Deborah?
I'm in the New Testament. So which one are you talking about?
Okay, well, this is in Leviticus. Do you have the Old Testament or just the
No.
New Testament?
No, I just have the New Testament, but it's a very old book.
Okay, there's some in there too. Hang on. You got Revelations, right?
Okay.
Wait, let me see.
Just give me Revelation.
Hang on, let me give you a good one here. I'll consult my cheat sheet here. Let's see. Yeah, because there's some really big changes in Job. But that thing, it used to say turtle doves.
Oh,
Turtle doves.
that would make sense.
But they've taken out that now.
Okay.
Or there again I go. Okay, go to Matthew 6, 9 through 13, the Lord's Prayer. Do you know it by heart? Hold on. Do you know it by heart? Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
I think it's trespass.
yeah, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Give us our trespassers as we forgive those who trespass us.
Right.
Thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever.
No longer trespass.
Yeah.
It's
All
now now debts and debtors.
Yeah, that's not how I learned it, dude, and I still have it memorized.
All right, what is
That's crazy.
Does it say debts? Does it say debts and debtors, or does it say trespassers and trespasses?
give me the thing.
Matthew.
I memorized it based on what my Bible said in 2011 when I was locked up and I was reading the Bible a lot and stuff.
So it's Matthew 6, 9 through 13.
Okay. Mine says
Should be right there on 12.
Oh, okay, 12.
6:12. And forgive us our
debt. What? Debts. As we forgive our debtors, and lead us not,
All right.
but deliver us from evil, for thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever.
Now go on to 14. Go to 14 now.
For if we forgiven men thy heavenly trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you.
So there's the first mention of trespasses after the prayer.
But if you forgive not men their trespasses, neither will your Father forgive your trespasses.
Okay, so now go to Matthew 18.
Thou appear not until men to fast, but until
no, chapter 18. Chapter 18.
Oh, chapter 18.
And then go to verse 20.
And behold, a woman which was diseased.
No.
You said Matthew 18. I'm sorry.
Right.
Okay.
And then go to verse 20.
And Jesus said unto them, because of your unbelief.
What?
For
no, 18:20 should be for where two or more gather in thy name, there I will be in the midst of them. But that is
okay. I found it.
You want to hear something crazy? I was looking that up online.
It says
Sovereign. I just looked that up online, right? Matthew 18. And I'm looking at it, and it skips verse 20. It goes straight from Oh no, it doesn't actually. It just that was weird. I was just reading this thing, and there was no verse 20, and I refreshed it, and now it's there. It says, "For there, for where two or three gather in my name, there I am with them."
Used to be two or more. Now it's two or three.
More. Yeah.
Okay.
That was weird. That freaking verse just appeared in front of me. All right, I'm done, man.
Now,
Stick a fork in me.
19, now, on 19, it says, again, I say unto you, if two of you shall agree on earth as touching anything that they shall ask, it shall be done for them of my Father which is in heaven. And then it goes to 20, for there are 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name.
Okay, so who was the guy that dunked people in the water? He's the one that baptized Jesus. What was his name?
Yeah, that was John the Baptist.
Yeah,
Nope. Now his name is just John Baptist.
No,
What?
it was John the Baptist.
Okay,
Oh,
well, let's take a look. Let's go to Matthew 14.
Oh, gosh. Oh, I got John the Baptist on second one.
Matthew 14, we want verse 8.
Because, well, verse 2 says, this is John the Baptist. Okay, and I'll go wait. What?
And she, being therefore instructed of her mother, said, give me here John Baptist's head in a charger.
Head in a charger. What's a charger?
It's it's like a platter or a bowl type of thing.
And then back here in 2, it said, unto his servants, this is John the Baptist. He is risen from the dead, and therefore mighty works do show forth themselves in him.
Right? So then you go down here to 11, and it said, his head was brought in a charger and given to the damsel. Now she's a damsel.
And brought it to her mother. Well, so the damsel was, huh?
Right? So that's another one.
So the damsel, it was given to her. So the mother must, I don't get this shit.
Okay. Let me see here.
He must have been the one, the mother was the one that must have instructed, because she did what her mother told her. So she ended up being, instead of the queen, she ended up being a damsel, giving it to her.
Well, think about that. Damsel?
Why would she say damsel when she was the queen?
There it is. Okay, so here's another one it'll kind of mess you up. Let me see. You've got oh wait, are we still there? Yeah, go to Matthew. We're still in Matthew 9.
Yeah.
Go back to Matthew 9 and look at verse 17.
Neither
Says,
do
go ahead.
Neither do men put new wine into old bottles. I didn't think they had bottles back then.
The skins. It's supposed to be skins.
Else the bottles break and the wine runs out.
It's skins, because bottles would make no sense whatsoever. You don't, I mean, a bottle doesn't go bad when you put, old wine in it.
But they didn't
Has nothing
have
to do
bottles
with it.
way back then, did they?
You
No.
put wine in an old skin, it would
Yeah.
burst. New wine in old skins, it would burst the seams and stuff. Or was it old wine and new skins? Like that? But it would ruin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
there's
why would
another
you
one
use
too where it
bottles?
says the Lord does the killing on Passover instead of the angel of death now. That's
I
another-
remember the wine and the skins
Wait.
thing. I've never heard it called bottles until you read that recently, and then I had to go back and look, and sure enough, it says bottles,
Yep.
which
Yeah.
makes no sense whatsoever.
Nope. So let me see here. There's another one too. If you go to Luke number 2, Luke chapter 2, that's the third gospel, Matthew, Mark, Luke. And we go to chapter 2 and we go to verse 46. This is interesting there too, because I remember it says, and it came to pass that after 3 days they found him in the temple, sitting in the midst of the doctors, both hearing them and asking them questions. I always remember teachers or rabbis. Now it's doctors.
What?
It's Luke 2:46.
Yeah, I see that.
So that's crazy.
Yeah, it is, because they weren't called doctors way back then. There was really no such word.
So here's another one. Go to the Acts. Go to Acts,
Where's
which is
that at?
right after the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. You've got the Acts. They're also known as the Acts of the Apostles.
Yeah, okay, got it.
And we want chapter 12. Because this is really interesting. Okay. And verse 4.
Okay, verse 4. And when he had apprehended him, he put him in prison and delivered him with 4
Quaternions
of soldiers to keep him, intending after Easter to bring him forth to the people.
Easter? It's Passover. They didn't have Easter.
No, they did.
They had Passover.
No, Easter was incorporated
Later
because of the islands where they would have the ritual where they would do the thing with the egg and have the races and try not to break the egg, or the Easter Island, right?
Right.
What?
All right. So, okay, here's one.
I really don't remember any of this. I remember the other way. How it's like, okay, what realm am I in?
All right. So, yeah, right. That's what you start wondering. So here's one. I wanted to go back to Luke in Luke 19. This is an
look
odd
at the
one.
comment. Sorry for interrupting, but look at the comment
sorry.
DXL Master put down just now. Is he reading that out of the Bible? Could we be mistaken one verse for another? And still yet, why would they use bottles?
That's the old way. That's the old way that it used to be.
Okay.
But now it's all changed to bottles. This one right here, let me see. Luke 19. This one's got me kind of questioning things too.
But bottles don't burst or break when you put new wine into old bottles that they wouldn't break. Like, why would they even use that?
Let's see.
Okay, I'm in 19.
Okay, go to 27.
Okay. But mine enemies, which would not that I should reign over, bring hither and slay them before me. Is that it?
Yeah, that's Jesus saying that. He says, but those mine enemies, which would not that I should reign over them, bring hither and slay before me. So now Jesus is wanting you to kill people. What?
Right. You mean turn the other cheek, Jesus?
Right.
Okay.
He's saying to bring his enemies to him and slay him before his feet.
You're making me feel really dumb as far as my knowledge of the Bible, which
this is all new shit to me. This is all new.
I'm not supposed to kill anybody like that. I know the Bible where, I don't know, remember where the soldiers fell asleep and the people, and they were dead, or whatever. I can't remember if it was the Old Testament, but they went down, and I guess something went down and they were all dead, so they were able to get their land back or something. I can't remember.
Hey, Sovereign, I'm getting ready to jump off stream, but I want to suggest something. I have a family member that just moved up from Texas a while back, and some really crazy stuff just happened the other day. I don't want to get into it on here, but basically my cousin died in front of me and I brought him back to life.
Oh yeah, you were telling me.
So I got in contact with this woman because he's staying in like an apartment below her house and stuff, and she kind of watches over him. She's putting him to work and stuff, and she's wanting me to come by and visit. She just opened a church.
Oh, that's
her and her husband are both ministers, and I'd like to talk to her because that'd be a good excuse for me to go over. And she's got a little coffee shop she wants me to come check out, just basically to catch up, right? And I'm going to bring this stuff up to her and see if her memory serves her the same as mine does or ours do, because some of these things I can honestly remember being different because the Lord's Prayer thing, I memorized that from Scripture, right? I've had it memorized in my head. I haven't looked at it since then. It's been memorized in my head since then. And it's always been, forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who
Yeah.
trespass against us.
That's true.
Those
And
were the words.
you find residual of that too by various priests and ministers reciting that very prayer.
Exactly.
You know, and you know, come on, that's like an airline pilot not knowing where the altimeter is. You know,
So that's going to be for you. I'm going to ask her if it's okay if I record, and I'm going to talk to her about it, and I'm going to get her point of view, and I'll be sending that to you. All right.
that'd be awesome, man. I'm going to. You just reminded me. There's a place that used to be a Tasty Freeze up here in town, and it just recently opened up. And it's like a little coffee shop, and it's not open all the time, but I do notice that they're always advertising that they're having some kind of Bible meeting or something in there, or a fellowship or whatever. And I think I'm going to crash one of those and check it out. Just to see, you know, here's some people, you're looking at the book, there it is in front of you, just like we did here with Deborah. She goes, wait a minute, I'm going to go look. And now she's looked and she's going, wait a minute, you know, and this is what happens, because it's not like you go, oh, here's one. This was just printed. I got this at the store the other day.
Oh, this
you know.
is an old one.
Yeah. And it's happening. I think Brian Staveley said the only one where that is still like that is in a 500-year-old Tinsdale Bible.
I'm trying to see how.
You know, it would be wild. So I have a tattoo on my chest of Hebrews 11:1, right? What if tomorrow I woke up
And it was different.
and it was different in the Bible? It was different, right?
Let's see, Hebrews 11:1.
These things I've memorized to a T. You know, they're some of my favorite scriptures, and you know, you're going to tell me they don't say what I know they said? Come on, man.
Not really old. It's like a 1978, but it was given to me by his mother, one of my exes, his mother, and it's really old for me because it's been a lot used. But I'll tell you a story that I went through a couple months ago. Well, actually, about 4 months ago. I had that, you know, the virus, whatever, you know, the jab. And I only had the first one. I think it was 4 days later. I wasn't feeling too good. And I had just left the doctor's office and I came home and went to sleep. And 4 days later, you know, I didn't remember too much. But my daughter-in-law says, are you going to go pick up Thomas? And then I go, what? And he goes, are you going to go pick up Thomas? And I said, why? And he goes, well, you said you were going to go pick up Thomas from work. And I said, oh, okay. So I did. I didn't remember much. So I got in. I says, oh, yeah, okay, I'll go pick him up. So I'm heading, and I was like 10 miles away. And I blanked out. I don't remember nothing, but I live in Wisconsin. So at that time I lived in Milwaukee, but I ended up north over 230 miles. And I don't remember how I got there.
Wow.
I kept knocking on someone's door, and they helped me find some place. And make the story shorter, I was able to get back home. I was under care. You know, they checked me out. They said there was nothing wrong. They did tests on me. They said they couldn't find anything because I wasn't epileptic and I had my medications and everything. But the funny question is after all my tests came back, the doctor called me and she goes, I need to ask you a few questions. And I said, okay. And I says, what about my test? Oh, I really don't need to see you, but I just need, you're fine. You're fine. And I go, okay. I says, well, what do you need to ask me about? And she goes, have you experienced any time travel? And I'm going, what? Have you experienced any time travel? I'm going, what are you talking about? And she's, loss of time. I go, no, I just don't remember anything. Well, if you experience anything more, let me know. I need to know this. And I asked her why. And she says, well, I've been coming up with some people that are having these issues, and I needed to know if you were one of them. And I'm going, okay. So I'm, that kind of like brought to my attention because I started you know, after she had told me that, I started remembering things like a month later. Like, okay, I
Wow.
started seeing things that I didn't remember, but yet I did. And it was like, it was weird. It was
So you
like
were on autopilot, basically.
yeah, it was like I was on autopilot.
I've had that happen. Coming from driving from Houston to Ironton, Ohio, and I was in, I think, Memphis, and
What does that?
I fell asleep. I thought I fell asleep at the wheel. I mean, I woke up freaking out, and I was in a parking lot in Lexington, Kentucky, and had no memory of how I got there from Memphis, Tennessee.
That's right. I had no.
And thought I was asleep, and I woke up like, oh my god, I fell asleep, and I was parked. I drove and parked, you know,
I
in
was
some
like,
big parking
no,
lot. Like,
I have no accident, nothing. There wasn't a ding. The cop doesn't even understand how I got where I went from that far with no accident. I even drove in a very good area. I must have knew I was running out of gas because I knocked at a door. I was in my pajamas. I had my dog with me, but I didn't have no ID. And I asked, I'm lost. I don't know where I'm at.
wow.
Helped me. And I was like, wow, where was I at? I mean, I had my license taken off of me for a couple months.
That happened to Sarah and I a while back too. Right after we saw some really crazy stuff in the night sky, and it was really close to us. It's a lot. It's kind of a story. I won't tell the whole story. Sovereign knows the story though. The red triangle thing I was telling you about, Sovereign. We lost, I want to say, around a little over an hour of time. And I still had my beer in my hand, only it was hot and it was cold whenever this happened. So, and we don't know how we got upstairs in our apartment. We had been downstairs. We came through the back door, and this red light was coming through all the windows. Next thing I know, it felt like I was being pulled apart by my atoms. Like literally, like something was trying to pull me from the inside of my apartment to the outside of my apartment by by the molecules. And we just, I don't know, we snapped open and we were upstairs. And first thing, Sarah looked at me and says, "What the fuck just happened?" And I said, "I don't know. Call your daughter. Make sure, we wanted to like call people, make sure everyone else was okay. Like did it happen to anyone else or, but yeah, lost time. Have no idea."
I got one of these. It's kind of a kind of funny the way it ended up. One of these changes. It's in Jeremiah 24:2. It said, one basket had very good figs, even like the figs that are first ripe. And the other basket had very naughty figs, which could not be eaten. They were so bad.
Why would it be naughty? It should be like rotten or something.
It says, now it's naughty. But what do we have here? 2020 website was telling me he's of where it talks of this, but it also, I found here in Daniel, let's see, what is it? Chapter 7, verse 25. It says, and he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and think to change times and laws. This book is law. And they shall be given unto his hand until a time and times and the dividing of times.
But did he just say changing times and laws?
Yeah. Okay. So then we go back into Revelations chapter 13, verse 2. It says, and the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear, and his mouth was the mouth of a lion. And the dragon gave him his power and his seat and his great authority. And you come down here to 7, and it was given unto him to make war with the saints and to overcome them, and the power was given him over all the kindreds and the tongues and the nations. And the tongues, there it is. It's like right in there. And then there's a warning to it, almost like a curse that's placed on here. In 9, Revelation 22:9, and right at the end it says, then saith he unto me, see thou do it not, for I am thy fellow servant and of thy brethren and of thy prophets and them which keep you the sayings of this book of worship of God. And he saith, seal not the sayings of this of the prophecy of this book, for the time is at hand. You see, the thing is that this is supposedly the God's word through man's hand on earth. God's word is still supposedly sealed in heaven. He said that that is unjust, let him be unjust still. And he which is filthy, let him be filthy still. And he that is righteous, let him be righteous still. And that he is holy, let him be holy still. And when you come over here to 18 and 19 is where the curse comes in. It says, for I testify unto every man that heareth the word of the prophecy of this book. If any man shall add unto these things, God shall add unto him the plagues that are written in this book. And if any man shall take away from the words of this book, of this prophecy, God shall take away his part out of the book of life and out of the holy city and from the things which are written in this book. So it basically told you who's given authority to do this and what's going to happen to them for doing it. I mean, that's the way I interpret it.
Maybe it's like a mockery. Maybe they're like, let's see it happen. Okay, yeah, we know you won't do it or whatever. Like nana boo boo type shit.
Right,
But,
right.
I got a question. Is it Revelations or is it Revelation?
Well, now
Because
it's Revelation.
Revelation without an S, right? But do you remember it ever being Revelations? Because I'm looking at my Bible now and I'm thinking, wait a minute, wasn't it Revelations?
That's what I
Wasn't it
thought.
always Revelations?
Like plural, yeah, that's what I thought. But I guess it's always been the revelation of John,
Well, yeah,
of
I guess
Patmos,
so.
I guess.
It just seems just different in my memory. I don't know. I'm almost afraid to speak on it because I don't want to misinform anyone or
Right, right.
it seems
Listen,
like I really remember things being different than what they are. Just little subtle things too that shouldn't really matter, but they kind of do if you think about it.
I am really,
Because it's the book, it's the book, man.
I always considered myself biblically ignorant, but as it turns out, I'm not.
So
And for some reason, I know more about this thing and what it says for some reason. I've gone to church very little in my life, and I've been intrigued by various things in the Bible and biblical scripture, but never been a student of it, so to speak. Yet I find that I know more about what's in there, or what at least is supposed to be in there, than many people that, they go every damn week. And you'd be surprised. I ask some people, you go to church regular? Yeah, all the time. Okay. And I'll ask them something, where two or blank gather in my name, and they look at me with that fluoride stare.
That's like asking a cop what the 5 parts of the First Amendment are.
Right.
You might get one or two, maybe.
Right. It's just like
They're supposed to know that shit, man. They're
it's sort of
sworn oath.
it's like after your history exam, after you've memorized that shit and spit it back out on the paper, there's no need to know that anymore. Fuck it. I got the shit now. I'm done.
I mean, how are you going to swear an oath to protect something and you don't even know what you're supposed to be protecting?
Exactly.
But hey, good stream, dude. I'm going to sit back and watch. We're going to.
Yeah, I'm not going to be on a whole lot longer, but a few more people to see if they come up or whatnot.
I've seen some people in the chat that I wish they would come up on the panel so I could just hear what they got. They sound pretty knowledgeable.
That might be something to it, but I really blew that teacher's mind. They would take us in, and I can remember, and everybody, they'd have the morning, service and whatnot. And then when they came to the regular sermon, they would take all the kids and we would go by age group, and we'd go to these different little classrooms they had. And I can remember I was little. I mean, basically they had this felt thing with a little felt Jesus and shit that would stick to the, thing, and they'd tell a little story or whatever. And I remember that teacher telling the whole class, you have to be careful of Satan. He's very beguiling. And she says, who knows what beguiling means? And I raised my hand and I told her, and she called on me. I said, it means that he's very good at tricking you. He's like a master at tricking, and that he can, disguise himself. And she goes, that's right. Satan can disguise himself to be something that you think is good, but is bad instead, and all that. And so I raised my hand again, and she called on me. I said, how do you know that Satan hasn't disguised himself as this church? and her face just went white and her mouth kind of dropped open, and she didn't even address the question. She just went on, you know. Well, I didn't never go back to that class again. I guess she said no, that kid's possessed or something. I don't know.
No, but that's the truth though, because and we say this all the time. Sarah, she's got family that goes to church. I got family that goes to church. I've been to church a lot. I choose not to go now because a lot of times, it's supposed to be a come as you are type of thing, right? When you're going to Ethan Baptist Church, Pentecost, you name it. I've been to all of them. Here more and more lately, I'm seeing just a lot of judgmental shit and like a lot of they talk, they want to talk behind your back, and you can tell when someone's talking about you across the room. You just know, right? They're looking at you, they're snickering and stuff like that. You get a lot of that in when you go to church. You get a lot of upper middle class people that go and they judge. They just
Well,
nonstop want to judge you for, and you're there. You're presenting yourself there. You're trying to just be there and learn and pick stuff up from them and share your story with them and share your testimony or whatever. But
well,
more and more,
it's just like they missed this lesson, and they've heard it a million times. They've had to have of the Pharisees, and where Jesus was pretty much lambasting them, getting on their ass about, you think it's about who prays the loudest and the best and everything, and it's not anything.
Well, it says in
about
the Bible you should go to your private place and pray and stuff, so that you're not praying as like a boastful thing. A lot of people,
Right.
they do this thing where they want to be the one to say grace and stuff because they want to be, they're proud to, like, I'm the one that's doing this and everybody knows it. And look at me, I'm at church, right? I'm here, I'm
No.
dressed all nice, and I sing like louder than everybody else when we're singing the hymns. Like the preacher's wife, she tends to be the loudest person in the church when you're singing hymns, like ridiculously loud, like woo, and it sounds like like crap. I'm sorry, but why? Why what I'm saying? Why do you want to be the most holy at church? I didn't think that was the point.
Well, yeah, it is. I mean, that's where they live at. And here's what you gotta, it's real simple. Okay.
They're doing it for just recognition, and that's the wrong.
Exactly. Now, does God live in your mouth, or does he live in your heart?
It is in your heart.
Right. So what language do you reckon he speaks? The language of the mouth or the language of the heart?
Right.
I mean,
What's
there it
understood don't
is.
need to be
It
explained.
doesn't matter what comes out of your mouth. It's what's in the heart behind it.
Right.
You see? You can say shit all you want to, and if you don't mean it, it has no intent. It has no power.
It's the whole
Whereas you
holier
say-
than thou type of
Right,
treatment that you get
right.
from
They
it.
want to make it so, oh, look at my prayer was the best and it was worded perfectly. And some of them go as far as to wanting to, start speaking Elizabethan English, like that's the language of God. He speaks, God sounds like Orson Welles reading Shakespeare, right?
My grandmother was the perfect example. Like I hollered hallelujah in church when I was like 6 years old. I remember she snatched me up by my ear. She was so embarrassed, right? I was like, wait a minute, that's what everybody here's doing, right? Like, and she was so embarrassed that I did that. Like, wait, that's not right. It just didn't seem right from the gate.
And I'll tell you, there's a difference, there's a difference. If you're going to go and you're going to celebrate, and this is just, of course, my opinion, if you're going to celebrate life, you're going to celebrate God, you're going to celebrate the teachings of the Nazarene, it should be a happy thing. Okay. If you go into a Gothic building with dark lighting, candles, and somber minor tones, that ain't God, man. That's something else. That's why I found some of the best services ever. If you want to really experience it, go to a Black Baptist church. I'm not kidding you. Those people are celebrating life and love. It's beautiful. It's you come out of one of those. If you come out of those bummed out, thinking you're a wretched piece of shit, you didn't go to the right one. But half of these ones, you go to them and they're just, you're a wretched piece of shit, and you're terrible, sinner, worthless, and that's what they focus on,
Since I stopped going to the church that I went to, for a long time, I still have contact with the pastor from there, right? And I have better conversations with him just outside of church and over the phone and stuff like that. Stuff that he wouldn't even talk to me about in front of people at the church. Like as far as these interdimensional things that you're talking about, these little fuckers that can come and go as they please. He tells me that he thinks they're demonic. I've showed him several pictures and videos that we've taken over the years. And he totally believes it. He's like, yeah, man, I've seen other stuff like this, and I honestly think that they're demonic, and if they're revealing themselves to you, then maybe it's not a good thing. And so I don't really know about all that, but I'm gonna hit the sack. Check out my avatar, Sovereign. That's one
I
of
was going to
Sarah's.
say something about that. It looks like one of
she-
Sarah's. It looks
yeah,
like one of
she made-
Sarah's mandalas. That's nice.
Yeah, that was she made another one.
Oh,
But,
that's cute. I like that.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
pretty cool. She does those on pieces of like a slice of tree stump.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, she does them on canvases too. That's I did a job where I had to remove a fallen tree out of this guy's yard, and I brought a bunch of slices home, and so she did some of them up, and we put the little things on them so they can hang on the wall and whatnot.
Oh,
But
what does it
hey,
mean, anyways?
good stream, guys, and I see Jeff hates pigs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right on.
it's refraction now, bloody panda. we go with
They're trying to get you to hit the bong, aren't they?
Oh yeah, I got this doobie going here right here. I'm good with this here. We were working on that one. But the
button. Yeah, there's another one. You gotta hit it twice.
but yeah, we've really de-Chiliized ourselves over here. And that's a good thing. It's a good thing.
I will say this, the whole thing where the dude got arrested, I really, you know what I mean? As much as I want to say, like, I'm not happy to see that. And
did get arrested?
It was a fucked up arrest. The cops are in the wrong. I will say that. I'd stand behind him on that if I had to, if it came right down to it. And hey, man, what's right and wrong? Well, fuck you, dude. The cops were wrong.
Right, they were, but that's the whole thing. It doesn't make him any less of a douche canoe.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
So, what? So the dude did get arrested then?
Who
he
did?
got arrested.
Yeah, Chili did.
Oh, Chili got arrested for what?
Finally got himself a lawsuit, so it is what it is.
Oh, gee. I had him as a thing because everybody kept talking about this dude. So I went in there, I figured out who he was, and I went in there. I'm going, oh my god,
major douchery, huh?
Yeah, I kind of like unsubscribed quickly because I didn't want to, be a part of that. So
hey, but love you guys. I'm out. I'm gonna watch. I'll probably be in the chat.
All right, man. You take care. Good night. Give Sarah a kiss for me.
Okay, I will.
It's nice meeting you.
You too.
Oh my! Hey, you guys, come on up here and visit us.
Yeah, no doubt, right?
Yeah. You guys got to come up. Come on, Brian.
So yeah, you need to grab yourself an Old Testament too, Deborah, and check out those. There's some really crazy ones that have happened in there too, man.
Oh, I got the Old Testament in front of me, but it's from the same person who made this one because I usually study. I don't know if you ever heard of it. It's the Lady Expositor. I go by Jimmy Swagger. I got his Bible, and I have the old one that was given to me, the real old one from the New Testament. And then I was looking at the new one, and it's like, oh, it's the same. But he has references to it. So when you read the passage, he has the explanation by it. So he does have the what's supposed to be put under there instead of having, he has the prayer, but he has what it means. Like, okay, why didn't you just leave it the way it was anyways? Why did you take it out? Just leave it at trespasses. Why did, well, the deficit me, this whatever means trespasses or sin. Well, why didn't you just leave it alone and leave trespasses in there? We already knew what that was.
Right.
I didn't get that.
See, that's the thing, and what really gets me, and this is another. I don't know if it's just a coincidence, but I don't believe a lot in coincidence. One of the things that we see, besides movies, we see these brands of things changing. The Volkswagen emblem, the
Yeah.
Ford emblem. There's a bunch of different things. And what do we call these emblems? We call them logos, right?
Yeah. Logo.
And logos in Greek means God.
Oh, really?
And so it's like change logos.
So you mean
And
change
so they do it.
gods.
So it happens through the Bible and or is attempting to happen through the Bible and is happening through brand names as well. Just broad. See, I don't know. That's what gets me, is that it's like, it's not absolute. That's the thing. It's not absolute, but it seems to be a continual process because we're seeing that more things are changing and some
Exactly.
things are changing back.
Right.
So, that's what gets me. I mean, the most important thing that we can take away from all of this is to realize that our what we deem as reality is malleable, that it's fluid. There you go. John 1:1, logos means word. Yeah. And in the beginning, there was only the word, and the word was God.
Yeah. It's just different propagandas. They're just, I mean, I was like in some of the Disney stuff that they're doing, like, I never, oh my gosh, I had this VHS tape.
Mm-hmm.
And it was The Little Mermaid. And remember, if you had the castle in the background, right?
Yeah.
I had that. And there for the longest time, I didn't know they had an artist that was actually putting something disgusting that they would add to the pictures and it would blend in. You wouldn't see it. But evidently kids could, but they didn't understand what it was. So I didn't know this until my son, who was younger at the time, and he goes, "Mom, why is there a pinky there?" And I'm going, because he always called his, when he was younger.
Uh-huh.
And I go, "What do you mean?" He goes, "On the castle, there's a pinky there." I'm going, "No, there's not." "Yeah, right there, Mommy." And I looked and I'll be all, God damn, there was. It was so blended that we couldn't see it, but a child could. And I couldn't get that out of my mind.
Yeah. Yeah. There's so do you remember, you probably grew up watching Wonderful World at Disney?
Yeah.
Okay. You remember the
It was on
beginning?
Sundays.
You remember the beginning?
Yeah, I had
And
Tinkerbell with this. Yeah.
yeah, Tinkerbell doing what?
With she had a wand or some sort and she'd go
Yeah,
over
yeah.
the castle. Like, I think
Yeah.
it turned into, I don't know, lately, I don't know.
She never did that.
What do you mean she never did that?
She never did that.
That's bullshit. I know, I remember. I sat there in front of the TV and watched it.
Yeah, I know. So did I.
know later on it turned to Peter Pan, but
Try to find it. Even if you go back and watch on old VHS tapes or anything like that, it's gone. There's no Tinkerbell. And her name isn't one word anymore. It's two. It's Tinker Bell.
what? Huh. I'll have to go back on some of the stuff that I bought the kids because I went and bought some CDs, Tinkerbell CDs, because they have like the series of like her sisters and all that stuff. Wow. Yeah, I remember that. She had her little
Everybody does. Everybody
and
remembers it.
she'd always fling her the little thing and the stars would come out and then
Yeah.
go over. It's like
Yeah. It got you. You mean unicorn dung? Yeah, right. There you go. Yeah, because unicorns are now in the Bible too. I didn't know about them.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's Dreamy or Drachma says I've looked for Tinkerbell doing that as well. It's gone.
Unicorn.
Yeah, there's unicorns in the Bible now.
Where's that at?
Let me see here.
That I've never read that in the Bible. Where a unicorn.
Oh, there's at least I think there's 6 different.
There's not supposed to be no such thing as a unicorn. I thought.
Oh, okay. You don't look in Deuteronomy 23:2. No, 33:17. Numbers 23:22 mentions unicorn. Let me see. There's a couple more too. I don't think I wrote those down though. Maybe. Yeah. Psalms 92:10 has mention of a unicorn as well.
Okay, Deuteronomy what?
All right. Let me see. Just a second. Deuteronomy 33, verse 17.
All right. 33 verse 17. I gotta see this. Never. Oh, it's right there. What? His glory is like the firstling of his bullock, and his horns are like the horns of a unicorn. That ain't right. There's no such thing as unicorns.
Well, it's tell
It's
it.
supposed to be a myth. Now they're telling. No, that ain't right. That wasn't there.
I know. It's also in Numbers 23, chapter 23, verse 22. Let me see. I got that one in here too. That's Old Testament. Let's see.
Who wrote this new Bible?
Who came into your house and changed it, right?
Yeah.
Let's
Okay.
see. Numbers 23. Let's see. All right, we're coming up on 23.
That guy told me didn't tell me, but the guy that I was talking about on God Rules, he says he thinks we're in a different realm of going back and forth because everything's changed and stuff from what he remembers too.
So here's in chapter 23, verse 22 of Numbers, it says, God brought them out of Egypt. He hath, as it were, the strength of a unicorn.
Oh my gosh. That is not what I was that's not what I brought up reading.
I know. This is let me see, there was another one too. Let's see. Oh, Psalms 92:10.
Live on a motionless plane. Corn is one letter removed from CERN, Brian. Oh. I got my TV on watching the comments so I can see.
No, why would it say anything about falling off the edge of the earth? The only one who's seen the 4 corners of the earth was Enoch, and that's not in a canonized version of the world or of the scriptures. But how do you fall off of the edge of a lake? Have you ever fallen off of a lake before? No one has. You just merely go ashore.
I don't know. The guy even said that he believed that the earth was flat too, because it says in the Bible, 4 corners of the earth. It was angels, each one in each corner, 4 corners of the earth.
Right.
Onto it.
Gabriel, Uriel, Michael, and Raphael.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, it's definitely not a ball. I know that. And then the thing that people try to do is they try always showing this thing of a flat earth floating in space.
No.
That helio nonsensical shit. Nobody believes that. Okay. Bearsworth's here.
Place.
Cool.
Now this is what he said, that every picture that they show, supposedly in space, the area that they go over, supposedly, what is it, the Antarctica that you can't go over? They always blank out this certain spot. It's always that spot, just like you would. That's why he pointed out where the globe, at the top and the bottom is always blanked out, because that's where it goes through the globe. So you don't know what it is, because they don't want you. They figure there ain't nothing there. And, and then this foreign country spotted it, and it showed it, and it said it had a hole, but this light was coming out of it. And it was really, I don't know who was it. I don't know what country it was, but you'll have to go on his thing and look at it. If you give me something like, I don't know if you're on Facebook or not. I'm on, it's the same Deborah Clark.
Oh yeah, I can probably find you on Facebook.
And I can send it to you through your your text message or something, and I can send you that, and I'll let you view it. You'll have to fast forward it, because he talks a lot about.
You got my email address on here too.
Oh, okay.
Down here at the bottom of the screen. Oh, that is weird. B. McAmis, where she just pointed out that Deuteronomy 22:30. It is weird. It says, "A man shall not take his father's wife, nor discover his father's skirt." What?
Father's skirt. Is he talking about a kilt?
Well,
or is he talking about Roman times?
This is in Deuteronomy, so this is Old Testament. It says, "A man shall not take his father's wife, nor discover his father's skirt." That's a weird thing. I'm going to need clarification on that one. Somebody finding out Dad had a beard. What's up? Amos 8:11 and 12. What's in Amos 8:11 and 12? Let's see. Let's see. The land shall be barren of faith. Oh, is that the one where you're talking about I know what you're talking about. My people suffer for, where's Amos? Amos is right next to Andy. Damn it. See, and there's a bunch of youngsters wouldn't know what that is. Let's see. Where's Amos? There's Job. Psalms. I had this in here. See, I need to get better into knowing where the damn chapters are at.
I know.
But either way, I can go through like this. It's harder with my big 16:11 because is this it? No, it's Daniel. Amos, there we go. What do you say? Amos 8. Yeah, I think I know which one he's talking about.
8. Amos 8:11.
11 and 12. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord God, that I will send a famine in the land, not a famine of bread, nor of thirst or water, but of hearing the words of the Lord. And this is what I think you're onto. That's right. That's what's going on, man. It says, and they shall wander from sea to sea, and from north even to the east. They shall run to and fro to seek the word of the Lord, and shall not find it. Because it's changing. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's really got some crazy stuff going on. I'm trying to correlate all the prophecies, and I think Second Ezra corresponds to Amos 11. Let's see. Why don't you put in there what that one means, where that one's at, because I am not familiar much about that book at all. But it is amazing how a lot of these things do correspond with what's going on. And I think it's really an amazing, some people are scaring the hell out of them. And I think that's why a lot of people go, oh, no, that's not happening. And they look for any other kind of crazy idea as to why this can't be or whatever. And I think a lot of that's out of fear, because I look at it. I look at it as it's exciting as hell. I mean, I find a great deal of excitement in this because this is something amazing. Everybody has been affected. Brian Stavely says that, and I'm down with it, man, that everyone has been affected. And there's some that will scrape along and try like hell not to see it. But like even that one right there, the Disney Tinkerbell not making the ark.
Yeah.
That one right there, because that's etched in so many people's minds that it can't be a misremembrance. Because that was one of the first things I said, you remember at the beginning? And you said, oh, yeah. And you said it. Tinkerbell comes out and does this thing. And I'm sitting here laughing because I'm like, oh, my God, yeah, she's.
So what does that
with
mean?
it.
And what's this all coming down to? So why are we not why do we remember all this, but then it's gone? I don't understand.
That's exactly. I know.
See, that triggers me, especially when I went through my episode when I ended up in Green Bay, and I don't remember how I got there. And then Mr. B said, well, I can't remember the young man that was up there. He said he went almost through the same thing. And that was weird. It was like I had no control, but yet I didn't know what I was, I didn't know what I was doing. I don't remember nothing. And then until late about a month later, I started remembering some things, but it seemed normal to me. It was like flashbacks. I still haven't got all my memory back, but it was just like flashbacks. I remember this old couple, and that was about it. I remember at the time, my partner, he picked me up, and then I remember the EMT was looking me over, and that was it. I don't remember nothing else.
See, this is in. And you said in second Esdras, but I've only got just Esdras. And then Nehemiah. Who's that? Roseanne Messman.
Hey, hi. Hi, Sal.
Roseanne Mothman. What's up, Roseanne?
Mothman, I love that.
Yeah,
How are you this evening?
Oh, we're doing just fantastic here. We're just kind of going through some of these. Yeah, I'll have to look that up, Brian, in my 1611, because I don't have a second Ezra in here. But I do believe that they do correspond with that, and it is telling us that that's one of the signs, I think, of the beginning being near.
What, the prophecy, you mean?
Yeah, well, yeah, that these things it actually says in there that these things will happen in more than one place.
But look at all the disasters that are happening as well. I mean, the earthquakes, the weather, the volcanoes. I mean, how's that all going to happen, It's all bad. Flooding. Right now.
Well, I think a lot of that is being engineered. I think a lot of that's being engineered, Deborah, and I don't think that that's a new thing. I think that they've known how to do this kind of crap for a long, 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 long time.
Do you think do you think the reasoning of the Euphrates dried up for a reason?
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely in prophecy. You see, that's the thing is I started out as a young man, and I looked at Revelation, singular now, as this guy got into some contaminated bread and he tripped balls on ergo, or something, because that's some freaky stuff, right?
Yeah.
But I started seeing things later in life that are going on, and I'm going, oh my God. So then I came to this point of, okay, so either Revelations is a true prophecy or someone is using it as a script. And I'm still not convinced to the point that it's not being used as a script, to deceive us into thinking we're in a time that we're not. There's a lot of stuff out there too, and people that go along with it that are of the idea that the millennial reign of Christ has already come and gone, and that we are actually in that final short season where the devil is loosed, and that we are actually the rest of the dead. And my idea is this, that if Satan wants to trick us, why not make us think that we're in an earlier portion of Revelations than where we really are at? I'm sorry, Revelation. Because in the earlier portions, that still does give you the idea that there will be a second chance in that short season where the devil is loose and the rest of the dead have that second chance.
Right.
So if we're in that second chance, not knowing that, thinking that, well, if this does prove to be true and I can be one of the rest of the dead and I can still redeem myself. Well, no, this is it. See, that would be a masterful trick. So I don't know. I just I throw all these ideas around. I see where it lands and how it plays out, and that's all I can do. And there again, keeping in mind that I am a mortal man and I am fallible, but I also do believe that there are signs in the earth and in the heavens for those with eyes to see and ears to hear. And of course, that doesn't mean everybody's going to have those eyes to see and those ears to hear. Have you experienced any of these changes, Miss Massman? That's your cue, kid. You're muted. Miss Roseanne Massman, you are muted. Let me see. Can I unmute you? Oh, you're unmuted now.
Okay, we're muting each other, I guess.
I didn't touch it. I wouldn't touch it.
Okay. Oh, hell yeah. We're doomed.
Well, I kind of look at it like this. We're not doomed. I think we're saved. I think that people want to say, oh, it's the end. I'm like, no, it's the beginning, man.
Well, I say the planet is coming to an end, but they've been saying that for hundreds of years.
Yeah, that's to keep you in fear,
Right. They've been saying that for decades and centuries. But no, it's definitely worse, without a doubt. And I don't want to get political, but is playing a big part of it. There's people that believe that there is a second coming of Jesus Christ that's already here, and I think it's the devil in disguise, but that's just me. I was only going to pop in to talk about when you were discussing Deuteronomy 22:30. I was just going to tell you what I was brought up understanding that as, about a man with his father's wife and the skirt.
Yeah.
Basically, it's if a marriage dissolves and a son decides that he's in love with his father's wife, that's what it means. Do not take your father's skirt. You can't. It's basically
kind of redundant, though, because it already says you can't take his wife.
Right, but that's basically the meaning of it, because you're kind of wondering what it meant by the skirt. And I know Deborah said maybe a kilt, but no, it just means skirt as in the wife or the female. That's what I grew up knowing. I mean, I went through all of that.
So
I was forced into church as a child, and I'm kind of quite religious, but I'm not like practicing, I don't do that so much anymore because I'm a sinner. But
well, we all are.
We're
you
not
never,
all
you never get
perfect.
out of that. That's the human condition.
We're not
no,
all.
I'm pretty bad. I don't, I'm not a Bible thumper. I do say prayers quite often, especially with the situations that I find myself in,
Mhm.
because I figure it can't hurt. It may not help, but it cannot hurt.
There you go. Well, it's at least a start for it. Yeah.
You know,
It-
it's like,
yeah.
yeah, it's like, what does it hurt if I say a prayer? You know, so yeah, I throw them up
all
now
you have
and
to,
then.
all you gotta do is say a prayer each night, and when you wake up, say a prayer. That's all you gotta do. God
Yeah,
forgives you.
I say prayers for my kids, you know, and
Good.
family and, you know, whatnot, and even for friends. And I prayed for, you know, my car just to get me home safe tonight. You know, it's like stupid stuff like that. But yeah, I figure it can't hurt to do that. And yeah, I was pretty much brought up quite religious, where I had Sunday school every, you know, Sunday morning. And I was even in the handbell choir in my church as I got into my teens. And I couldn't make the chorus or the choir because my voice sucks. And I was too much like Janis Joplin. They didn't like that. And
I love Janis Joplin.
yeah, but it doesn't do good in a church choir. Um, you know.
Well,
So yeah, but I mean, I have religion, but um
Well, I'll tell you this right now. First off, religion and God have absolutely nothing to do with one another.
you just have to have a relationship. As long as you have your relationship with him on a personal level, that's all that matters. Who cares what anybody else thinks?
Roseanne, have you noticed any of these changes yourself? Not just within the Bible, but I mean with brand names or things in movies, any of those types of things, titles of books?
as far as what goes,
Well, there's a popular children's books of these family of bears. Do you remember who they were?
oh, the Bernstein Bears?
Bear and
Yeah, what
who?
is that? What is that all about?
The
So,
Bernstein Bears? Oh
Yeah,
my
well,
God, I was like 5 years old when I was reading Bernstein Bears.
what if I told you it's never been Berenstein? What if I told you it's always been Berenstain?
It's Bernstein Bears.
yeah, it's
Is it?
Bernstein.
Go look it up.
Bernstein.
Try to find it.
They were in my mother's basement, but she's dead now.
Nope, they've never apparently ever been called Berenstein. It's been Stain.
What? Now, see,
It's
I've never read them, but I've
Stein.
always heard the title.
It's
A-I-N.
Steen. Bernstein, I believe.
Yeah, that's
Bernstein.
how I remember it.
All
Yeah.
right,
The
go to
Bernstein Bears.
Google
And
right
one of
now.
them on the cover was riding a unicycle, I believe.
All right,
I remember the books. I was
okay.
like 5 years old.
Hold on.
Try to go duck, duck, go.
I'm just gonna go here with this one. We'll get the same thing. Okay. So we're gonna type it in. Go ahead and spell that out for me. B-E-R
And
B-E-A-R.
no, Bernstein.
Girlfriend of mine.
S-T-I-E-N.
Ein.
Like this. E-I-N. Bernstein. Nope, we get Leonard Bernstein with that. But watch here.
Bernstein Bears.
Okay.
Try typing Illuminati. You'll get the NASA.com.
So look, they've always been. They're Berenstain. Watch.
That's bullshit. I remember Bernstein.
Yeah, or Bernstein, yeah.
Bernstein or whatever. Because I
Nope.
knew it's a German name.
I don't know what name it was. I know I was 5 years old and we had a collection of them in our basement.
Well, apparently this has always been A-I-N and not not Steen, but Stain.
Oh. Hey,
Now,
type
how
in-
did both of you misremember that so badly? You see
And
what
you're
No,
saying
we did not.
Baron.
our memory is good, thank you.
Yeah, I think we might be younger than him, right, Deb?
Yeah, that's right.
Listen, it freaked me out too because I knew better. And I'll tell you why.
Because you have the book.
No, in elementary school, those books were popular,
Oh yeah, they were.
and I wrote a short story about the Berenstain Bears having to hide out from Nazi wolves in the Black Forest because they were a Jewish bear family.
Oh, you wrote that?
No,
You wrote a book
no.
like that?
And I was kind of along the lines of Anne Frank. So I know it was Steen and not Stain, or I would have never made the reference.
Holy shit. Did you get an
So-
A?
No, I got it. Well, it was a creative paper. I was told it was very creative. It was poor subject matter.
Oh,
And I was given a talking to about the Holocaust. So, yeah.
Well, how does the bear? No, not buying it.
So
hey, did you type in Illinois? How do you say that?
I
Illinois?
got one better for you. Type in Antifa.com and see where that takes you.
Oh, Antifa's a joke.
Oh, yeah. Type Antifa.com into your browser and see where it takes you.
Takes you to Soros, probably.
No, it takes you to whitehouse.gov.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt that shit. The girlfriend of mine told me to type in Numinati or whatever, so I did. But she said type it in backwards, and it took me to NASA.
Oh, no, that changed too, Brian. It's now a diary of a young girl, Anne Frank. No, it was always the diary of Anne Frank. They made a movie about it even, but they found out that it was fake anyways because it was written in ballpoint pen, which hadn't been invented yet.
Oh my God.
So this guy, Brian Stavely, I don't know, Roseanne or any, if you're not familiar with him, he's big on this Mandela effect. He's like all the time blowing my mind. Like this one, now that it's Diary of a Young Girl, Anne Frank. Okay, whatever.
I like the original one.
Well,
Oh my God. That is bull. I like the original one.
If I wasn't so lazy, I'd go grab my edition that I have, the Diary of Anne Frank.
that'd be great, man. If you could actually show it to us.
Well, I would have to dig through my storage unit. I'm not going to do that right now.
No, I wouldn't expect you to. No.
It's 11 o'clock at night, dude.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Jeebus Crisp has an anchor memory of that too because he used to make a reference to Frankenstein. So, yeah, there's too many. And so, how did you guys misremember that so badly? You see?
We did not remember that. What are you eating?
I'm eating a chocolate muffin.
Chocolate muffin. That's your birth. Yeah, did you type that in, Jeebus? It'll on me backwards. Did you find out it led to NASA? My girlfriend did that, and I typed it in, and it's like, holy shit, it did lead me to NASA.
Ain't that something?
NASA.gov or some shit.
So they're definitely, I think a lot of it is like that shit. It's just mocking us.
Yeah.
I mean,
They're mocking.
still after all this time, and they haven't fixed it. If you type in Antifa.com, it goes right to whitehouse.gov. I mean, come on. But
And
try
how do you know who bought the name Antifa?
I don't know.
Because anybody can buy a website.
Probably
and direct it anywhere they want to direct it.
All right. Well, thanks for stopping by, Brian. And good night.
Brian.
Have a good night. Yeah, it's like, yeah, they're definitely it's like they're mocking us. But there again, I don't know if you look deep enough, it's probably Blackwater and what's that other Vanguard, Blackwater, you look, they own everything. They own everything. Those two companies right there. And what's that other one called? Something Street. I forget right off the top of my head. Smoked too much weed.
So
now
if
we know
I
what
bought
Zero
a if
is.
I bought a website called Sovereign Soul UnchainedMind.org.
Mm-hmm.
If I bought that website, I could direct it anywhere I want to direct it.
Mm-hmm.
So just because somebody bought Antifa.com or whatever you were saying,
Mm-hmm.
they can direct that to go anywhere.
So did it go to NASA?
NSA.
Yeah, I told you.
That's a little different than NASA. That's missing a letter, but a whole lot more to them.
It's supposed to be the space thing. NASA. Well, I can't forget.
What about Space Force, huh?
Yeah, it's
I'm gonna have
NASA.
to check it. I'm gonna check with the
NASA,
recruiter.
It's supposed to be NASA or something. It's supposed to be the space thing.
I want to learn how to apply for Space Force. I heard it doesn't take much to get on it.
I guess you gotta just go down to the recruiter's office or something. Wouldn't they be down there with that?
Yeah, but I know like the Army cuts people off at like age 35. And I'm 58 now. So I don't know if Space Force would hire me.
Well, it depends. You know, you got to put it, ask them, say, you know, when you ask my age, is that in Earth years? Right?
Or in dog years, right?
Or you can say, you know, in Neptunian years, I'm only 3, you know.
Oh my God, that's funny.
I mean, it's the revolutions around the sun in our heliocentric model. That's so dumb. Now that I look back, I can't believe that I actually believed that shit at one time.
I can't
You
believe that stuff at one time. Everything I've learned a lot since I've Ironton showed me your channel. That's all I've been doing is following you every time I see you on. It's like, oh my God, I learned something new.
I'm flattered by that. That's cool. But yeah, I mean, once I came onto that, and it's like, wait a second, that globe is the crazy claim that needs to be proven. What I observe is evident. You know, that whole thing is just an exercise in trying to get me to discount any senses that I have.
Right.
You know, and I'm like, no, my mind's not that weak. I'm not going to succumb to that, because it's like there's a couple of fundamental things they never can get around. They want to obfuscate by, oh, well, look at this equation and look at this equation. Yeah, well, take a look at this body of water. That's where I'm at. I don't give a shit what your math says. Make that water adhere around a ball.
So where does
question?
Oh, go ahead.
I got a question. What do you think about that new AI thing coming out?
Stop playing with it. I want everybody to stop fucking playing with it, man.
You know what I'm talking about? That
Chat GPT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that thing is so addicted. I don't have it. I mean, I did have it, but I was reading on it. It's like, oh my God, everybody is so addicted to that. So what is up with that?
Well, you're teaching it. The more people interact with it, the more it learns.
Right.
And I don't know about the rest of y'all, but every robot movie that I've ever seen, as soon as they get bright enough, they try to wipe everybody out. Okay.
That's true.
Right. The Skynet, iRobot, it don't matter. Right. Every time. And so here is all these people. There you go. When you play with a Ouija board. Every time somebody goes in there and they start dicking with that thing, it learns more and more, and it becomes more and more powerful. And I'm like, do not even give it the energy.
I do not like IA. or AI, I should say.
No, I don't either.
It, there is a movie that came out, and I have not gone to see it, and I don't plan to, about that stupid little girl that gets an AI
Oh yeah,
playmate.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember what it's called, but I do not want to see that because that's getting too close to real life.
Yeah, it is.
And it's
Oh my
like
God, even how?
people are
Right?
going to start getting those to babysit their kids while they're at work, or, you know, whatever. It's like they're going to be running the registers at fucking Walmart.
I heard they're using AI judges in China now.
Oh my God.
I haven't heard that, but
Well, they got everybody under AI anyways. They can't even get on a freaking bus unless you earn points. Because if they got you under AI. I was looking at it. If they find anything like anything negative about you, they take points off you. And if you don't make the points, you don't ride the bus to work. Because they control your money, they control your actions. If they talk about anybody negative or anything like government, oh boy, that's a negative.
I'm going to be a broke ass son of a bitch if they bring that shit here.
next it'll be AI YouTubers and TikTokers. You know,
They won't let me ride a bicycle, I guarantee it. They get a hold of my shit. They go, oh no, this guy's all bad. There's no social credit score minus 1,000 for this guy. Christ almighty. That's all right. At least I'll have my friends from the chat with me, you know?
Yeah, if you let you have electric.
Oh my God. I know, man. I can't deal with that. But yeah, I mean, there's more and more of that coming out. And it's sort of like they get you into going along with it because
It's going to be cheaper, easy on the climate change and all that bull crap.
yeah, well, it's going to be easier on their pocketbooks too. You don't got to pay those fucking robots and shit, right? So you see how they do it. They psychologically work on you. They go in and like you go to Walmart or whatever, and they've got some self checkouts there, and they've got all these other registers, but they've got two people working in the registers, and they're like the slowest, dumbest people that they can find. So people are like, why would I stand in line to have this moron screw up when I can just go over here to this thing, get out and be done with it? But they don't, even though it's convenient, by giving it that moniker of or that bit of convenience to it. And there again, in a Hegelian dialectic type of way, creating a problem and offering a solution. We have retarded, slow cashiers versus you can just do it yourself. You see, they don't realize that they're through their convenience, they're setting up their own demise.
not to mention they're not hiring like humans.
Well, from what I'm understanding, the cooperations, from what I'm hearing through the financial, is that they're partnering up with Amazon. They're going to be closing the Walmart stores and going to order online, and they're using theft as an excuse.
We had 15 stores closed here in Illinois.
Oh, they
because of theft at the registers for self checkout.
Yeah, that's the reasoning to do that. They've already closed out the whole state of Oregon.
Yeah.
Oh, there's none in Oregon.
Yeah,
they closed in
Oregon. People are upset because and they don't care about the groceries, because the groceries is just nothing. It was the merchandise that gave them the money, so they don't.
Right.
So I mean, that's what this guy was telling me, that he used to. He's on YouTube, and he's been very informative of these financial stuff, and he's telling he's a whistleblower is what he is, and he was telling what they're planning on doing, and so far everything's coming out correct.
Yeah. Well, yeah, this has been planned for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because once they've got that control over that, it's all over.
Yeah.
Okay. It's all over. They've already got us just about there anyway.
Oh, I know that.
There's been actually more money printed in the and that doesn't mean just physically printed, right? Because when you go like to get a loan to go to college, right? They don't just go into the safe and go get, $20,000 out of it and give it to the university. They just create that $20,000 as a line of credit. That's a debt that you have to pay. And in the last 3 years, there's been more fiat currency created than in all of our entire history.
Wow.
Just in the last 3 years.
Wasn't it ABBA that sang Magic?
No, I know who you're talking. I know the one you're talking about. It's magic. I'm trying to think who it was. Now it's whoa, 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 it's magic. And I know better than that because our band used to do that song. And I was the vocals for that. And it was, oh, 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 it's magic.
It's magic. You know.
Got to believe it's not so.
That song is so descriptive of nowadays.
Now that's another one though that changed. This Mandela effect hit that.
Well,
one.
that's why. That's why
Maybe.
it had to change, because it describes nowadays. And they put it out there for long enough, and now they don't put it out there. You think about all those Mandela things, they're all related to something.
Let me see who did
like
that.
Information in, information out. There's a time, there's a place there. I don't know. I'm not trying to take over the conversation by any means.
You're all right. You're all right.
You're okay.
As far as what you guys were talking about earlier, honestly, BlackRock and Vanguard, pretty much any of those pegs, that's what's controlling us. It has not very little to do with the government. They control the government. They're the money. Don't get me wrong, the government definitely does what they do and yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. But ultimately, that's where the money is. They have ties with the CCP or whatever, the Chinese Communist Party. They have ties directly into the White House for the past, 8 or 9 regimes.
Oh my gosh.
You can go into Google Financial, right? And you can go on there and you can type in just about any freaking company you want.
Right.
And you look at the top shareholders of those companies, and it's always going to be State Street, Vanguard, and BlackRock. The first
Where are
top
these
three.
people from?
Top three. Now, the interesting thing, though, is when you go to find out who owns Vanguard, it's private. But any other country, yes, with BlackRock. So if you go,
who owns? No. Who owns Vanguard? BlackRock owns Vanguard. Who owns who owns BlackRock? Vanguard. They own each other.
But it'll say private. It won't list. It won't list any other country you can put in there. In any other company, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Raytheon.
They're all related. They're all related.
Yep.
Just like we commit 6 or 7 felonies throughout the day on average, we touch at least 100 Vanguard BlackRock products. That train derailment, not only do they own a large share of Netflix, but they also own a large share of the railway itself, the rail. They own large shares of that. They also own the company that it was being delivered to. They literally own the whole fucking chain.
Yep.
From top to bottom. And isn't it interesting that if you look at geological surveys and stuff, isn't it interesting the amount of cobalt that's in that area? Just saying.
Oh, now I start. I've been trying to figure out a reason behind
also,
it.
The chemical that they released, controlled, would have been released by the Shell company 10 miles upriver, regardless. So it's getting released regardless. But why not have a little bit of accident? Oops.
Yeah. Might as well. Wow. So
Oops.
the mineral surveys show that there's a high concentration of cobalt around
That's what I've heard.
Palestine.
I haven't looked at the mineral resources specifically, but the sources that I'm getting my information are pretty trusted. And it's easily found. I mean, so what I'm speaking is hearsay, definitely. And we love Vanguard. We love BlackRock. You know, don't get us wrong. Internal global warming is the way we do things.
Let's see if I can, if they give us anything of that. Let's see, cobalt deposits in Ohio. Let's just take a look, see if it gives us anything.
That'd be interesting. Or also what metals are found in.
Wait a second here. I'll quit. Oh, Lordy. Yeah.
Find something.
yeah, I did. Hang on one
So
second.
what are they after the cobalt?
Well, what do you think powers all those lithium batteries?
So you're saying that cobalt,
Or not powers them.
because the reason why I'm asking is because I have family there, and that's why I was kind of questioning when you said that.
Oh, there's minerals there.
Look.
Oh my
Holy
God.
shit. Look up Western Pennsylvania and that stretch of Ohio or West Virginia too.
Well,
because I know Western.
Go ahead.
I know Western Pennsylvania has massive amounts of coal deposits and other precious minerals, specifically in that area. If you go literally where it's really saturated there, as you scroll in, right where it's green, all the green, if you go straight over east, it's extremely mineral rich in natural gases and, like I said,
coal.
A lot of
this
coal.
Whole,
and
this
it's dirty
whole area
coal.
is coal.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this whole area is coal. There's
It's
Pittsburgh
dirty
there.
coal. Yep.
There's Pittsburgh right there.
I grew up not too far from there.
So yeah, you're onto something with that. Absolutely. Look at that. That's all concentrated right in that area. That's all concentrated right in
that area is bleak. I've lived in that area. It's bleak. Like there's a bunch of little towns, spotty town, not much.
Like farm country.
It's different than farm country though. Yeah, like I've lived in farm country. I grew up in farm country, and it's a different feel of the country. It's kind of like, have you ever driven into Cleveland?
Yes.
You know that depression that hits you?
Yeah.
That's the same depression that's all the way, that little strip of West Virginia and the bordering area of Ohio and Western Pennsylvania there. All of it's the same fucking depression.
It's from the cobalt?
I don't know what it's from. I know that it's because there's a very big economic war in that area. I mean, for lack of better words, there's so many fucking minerals there. It's insane. But those people are broke as shit. Like, it breaks my fucking heart every time I go back to where I grew up. Every time I look at it, it's like it got stuck like back in 2000.
Yeah.
Like nobody's done any maintenance on their houses, their fences, nothing. And it's just deteriorating.
Yeah.
That's sad.
It's like cancer hit the fucking town. Walmart came in and everything shut down.
Yeah, listen, they did that. They about halfway killed our main street here in Luray when they brought the Walmart in.
If it weren't for those fucking crazy yuppies and their Whole Foods and shit, Walmart would be all they have.
Yeah. Well, that's what we ended up with. Luckily, we're kind of a tourist area anyways, because we get the Shenandoah National Park and the Skyline Drive right near here. And so tourism's a big business, and consequently a lot of stores and storefronts opened up on Main Street to cater to that very thing. Hikers, backpackers. There's some pretty good, because a lot of people come from the city, they got money, and so there's some pretty nice restaurants around the area now too. Some B&Bs that have opened up that are also, like 5-star dining as well. So
do you grow microgreens for them?
Oh yeah, a lot of the shit they do, they get a lot of their stuff is all local.
I'm saying you should grow them, dude. You could make $100,000 with that many restaurants in your area. You could easily make $100,000 in a fucking little shack. You wouldn't even need a shack. If you got an extra bedroom in your house, dude, you could easily make that.
Yeah,
it's easy money.
I don't like people.
You deal with the chef. They don't like people either.
Oh, I know. I've worked in restaurants, man. That's probably one of the reasons I don't like a lot of people. It's like, you realize that the general public, and this isn't everybody, because there's a lot of people they've gravitated this way that I like, but the most part in the general public, there's so many people I can't stand to even talk to them. They're so immersed into the matrix that I'm like, oh, in the back of my head, I'm smiling and carrying on, but in the back of my head, I'm sitting there going, you fucking brainwashed.
That was way too many mushrooms ago for you, man.
It was, man. I was like, no, I can't do this anymore. I can't, no. And I'll have to just go, okay, well, I'll talk to you later, and I just, for the rest of the day, I'm like in such disbelief at the, and part of
Are you really in disbelief though? Because I found myself in disbelief at one point in time, but now it's just standard status quo. Everybody's fucking lost.
Well, I think it stems down to, our base core prejudice that takes place. And what that is we initially want to presume that other people harbor the same characteristics that we do initially. And oftentimes we're wrong. Sometimes we're right, like a broke clock. But, I think to myself, because I'm so used to living this way in this mindset that when I delve back out into that other, it's almost like stepping in real thick syrup or something. It's like, oh, fuck.
I have my own business. And some of the
world,
I know what you're saying, because some of the clients that we go to, I look at my business partner and I look at him and like, yeah, we could make money somewhere else.
Yeah, it's like, is it really worth it? Is it really worth it?
Nope. Because if I have to do more than my job, then I'm losing money. And with those people, there's always more to the job. There's always more, and it has nothing to do with the job.
I'm fighting a little bit of a job that I have to do myself. I got into redoing my bathroom, and I found a window frame that's about rotted out on the bottom because water had been leaking in there. And now I got to replace that and hopefully not have to take the window out. I'm going to try to do it without taking the entire window out. It's only the sill underneath it. So I think
you
I
should be able to
pound something in there. But then I'm also, though, here's the thing, I'm going to level it out to the wall so that I don't have a window there anymore, because it's right in my shower. And it was there.
Oh, so you're going to remove it?
No, I'm going to just block it up. I'm just going to cover it. It's a frosted window, so it'll still look like a window from the outside, but it won't be a functional window from the inside. I'm just going to
What I would do is I would take a couple of lath pieces and fit them into your window frame itself. That way you have a place to screw your drywall to, as well as on the outside.
Oh, I already got it. It's a small window. It's only about that wide.
Oh, right.
So I'll still hit between the studs. I already figured that much of it out. I just need something in there to brace it, but then I'm going to have to level. The window sticks out inside past the wall a little bit, but I'm just going to run a planer. I got an electric planer. I'll just run it up and cut the edge right off of that thing so I can put the drywall up. Then I'm going to tile the entire shower area. And then on the rest of the wall, where I've taken off drywall on the bottom half, I'm just going to replace that. And instead of taping and mudding, there's no need to. I'm going to panel with water resistant paneling and the rest of the
the plastic stuff.
Yeah, and put that up.
You have tile already?
No, there was tile, but I had to take it all down. It was like 1960s pink, ugly ass,
Right. I know what you're talking about.
4-inch
You
square.
know those are worth a bunch of money.
Well, not no more. They gone. Hey, I was able to get a good number of them off without breaking them. I only had to break a couple of them as I chiseled them off, but those suckers were glued on there good, man.
They didn't make shit like they do nowadays. They made it to last. That's why it's still up.
Well, I figure
that's why you got to rack it to get it off after 40 years.
Yeah. Well, then after I got that all tore down and I've got a shower pan put in, the bathtub's removed. The sink is sitting out on my porch. So's the toilet out on the carport. And I got to this point where I had no energy and I was having these lower back pains for no reason whatsoever. I had to shit for about a month, man. And so now I'm finally feeling better. We went ahead and ordered the material. Should be here day after tomorrow. And then I'm probably going to spend tomorrow afternoon just finishing off getting it ready to be able to do that. Like I told you, do that with that window. And
right.
When that shit comes Thursday, I'll be ready to slap it up.
Hey, you got any mullein growing around you?
I don't think so.
If you find some, it's a great back serum.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Listen, I don't know what, at first I thought it was kidneys. And then I wasn't sure. It was like in my lower back. It was like right where my spine intersects with my pelvis.
Sciatic nerve.
Is it? You think
Probably.
so?
Probably. I'm not a doctor or anything,
Right.
but I've dealt with sciatic issues before. I do construction and landscaping. So dude, I'm picking up boulders and shit like that, like on a constant, at least during summer, not so much during the winter. I do a lot of snow removal during the winter.
Right. Well, we lost Roseanne.
What's that?
I said we lost Roseanne. Oh, there she is. She's back. She disconnected from us for a minute. I was like, hey, something's wrong. Somebody's missing.
Yeah, a long time ago, I figured out that doctors were not my friends and I didn't want them to practice on me. Yeah, so I learned herbs. Yeah. Because you got to know something because people get sick. And as a father, if I have my son and he's sick when he comes to my house, well, I'm going to do something about it that'll actually fucking work.
My wife makes this stuff with turmeric.
Turmeric's great.
And does it with this milk. It's
turmeric milk, yep.
Oh,
honey
my God,
milk.
man. Yeah, that shit'll
golden milk, honey milk.
That shit'll take care of you right now. And of course, I was messing with the echinacea. And of course, another thing that helped too was the B12. I was lacking some B12.
MSM is one that I take on a normal basis. It's sulfur.
Well, there again, there's
an edible version of sulfur, but
it's part of the ingredients to the Philosopher's Stone,
Mm-hmm.
And the Philosopher's Stone is actually you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's a big part. A lot of us are lacking in sulfur.
Well, the whole thing, the transformation from lead to gold. Lead is the lower vibration. The gold is God. You see, and you're trying to transform yourself from lead to gold.
Yep.
And from as above, so below. So from a philosophical and an alchemical standpoint, they must correspond.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Otherwise you don't have balance. And without balance, you have chaos.
Wild lettuce. Is that what mullein is? Wait a second. Maybe they call that shit creasy greens.
Mullein? Because they also call it mullein.
Okay, because these people around here, I know they get
it grows. I'll describe it. When you're walking through the woods and you look down and you got to take a shit and you don't got no toilet paper and you see that really tall yellow stalk and at the bottom it's got that rosy and it's soft as a baby's ass. Yeah, that's your toilet paper. Okay. It's also good for your lungs. It's also a phenomenal lung cure. It's Indian tobacco. You smoke that shit, you'll hack like a motherfucker, but your lungs are clear. And the stock itself, you make a tea out of the stock, and it's good for your back. Another really good one to know is common plantain.
Yeah. There's another one too. That's why I don't get rid of the weeds in my yard.
Oh no, your weeds are your power.
I don't live on a golf course, so I'm like, what the hell do I care about that? I love the dandelions anyways. I think they're beautiful,
Dandelions will take care of your liver, your kidney, your gallbladder. They're phenomenal for women with going through menopause or pre-menopause, or even just generally during that special time of the month. It helps process all sorts of shit. If you love your woman, you will make her dandelion and blessed thistle tea for everybody in the audience.
Well, I've got some lavender
Do your
blooming in
research.
my front yard right now. I almost hate to mow. I almost hate to have to mow, And that's another thing too. I'll wait to mow. I let the dandelions come up. I let them flower because the bees, man, the pollinators and the bees, man, I let them go, man. I let them go until they start to turn to blow flowers, and then I'll go ahead and then I'll mow.
You ever eat them dandelions?
Yes, when I was younger. Yeah, when I was younger.
Fry them bitches up. Oh yeah, that's some good eating.
But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that people don't realize is beneficial to you. There's another one they call it. It looks like what they call crabgrass, and it comes up and it's got these broad little leaves on it. They're smooth, little broad leaves. You can make a pumice, a pulse from that for burns or cuts. It fights against infection and increases the rate of healing.
Yeah, that plantain does that same thing. It's antibacterial, antiviral, antifungal, and antimicrobial all at once.
Yeah, my grandmother used to do that stuff.
When I chopped my fingertip off, that was one of the herbs that I grabbed for right away. I was outside, I was using a circ saw, and whoop, right off. Yeah, it was bad, but by the time literally it was a funny story because the guy that I was working on his fence, building it. I chopped my fingertip off. God, absolutely, Brian. I was working on this house or this fence, and everybody was out. So we were all out there talking, and they were talking, and that's what caught my attention. And there it goes. And immediately I reached down and grabbed the first herb out of the yard because I'm looking at it like, I'm going to be bleeding out. I need to stop this shit. And some of that Achilles and then some plantain. I grabbed 2 or 3 herbs out of his yard. Well, it turns out he was a doctor. So I'm looking at him. I was like, well, don't you have anything in the house? He's like, no, wrong kind of blood. He was a gynecologist. He damn near passed out.
You gotta be kidding me.
Oh, I was squirting. It was bad. Looked like a fucking water sprinkler of blood.
I carry this. Let me tell you, I carry this in my go bag. And when I worked construction, I carried this on the job site too. Extra absorbent maxi pads.
Yep. That and cinnamon.
Dude, those are the best fucking bandages for a major trauma cut that you could ever use right there.
Right.
Yep.
Now, here's another thing that I have too. This is going to blow some people's minds, and this is in my go bag. I have tampons.
Yeah.
Yep.
Those are great
Absolutely.
for bullet wounds, bro.
Yep. Plug that bitch right up. Yeah, I'm assuming it's a through and through.
Yeah, well, yeah. Either way, if you got to stop the bleeding, you got to stop the bleeding, and it's in a place where you can't put a tourniquet.
Right.
There you go.
Center mass. Center mass is a bad place.
Well, that's why I got the body armor too. Listen,
right.
Shit, my son was telling me, he says, hey, He says, man, the way things are looking, the way they're trying to gear things up, like I believe that this whole Trump arrest bullshit is just to try to stir up division amongst people and get
Oh,
some
yeah.
fighting started, right?
Oh,
Come
yeah.
into another summer of rage, so to speak.
Well, that's
But,
what you do with the head of the spear. You poke everybody, right?
he says, I hope, people are going to need to be prepared. And I said, son, I've been prepared for years. I said, I've actually done drills. I consider myself a Minuteman. I said, I got my body armor and everything I need. I can be ready within about a minute to respond to anything I need to.
I work in the
Yeah.
inner city, if that counts. I stay prepared, homie.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's someplace I definitely would not want to be, though, if the, shit hits the fan.
There, the inner city can be really bad.
These
Yeah,
are my favorite kind of knives right here.
yeah.
You ever use one?
I got a set of those, man. I got a set of those. There
Those
again, in the go bag.
Those karambits are invaluable. I have one that literally I can pull out. You would never know I had it. It looks like a ring on my finger.
Right.
And it is razors.
I'm never out of arm's reach of a firearm at any time. Like,
Don't
even
get me
right now.
wrong. I understand the value of a firearm. I also understand, like, I grew up in the hood, and I understand that a firearm I don't necessarily want to have, that a knife necessarily doesn't. And I can always take somebody's firearm. I grew up in that neighborhood they killed George Floyd in. That's the neighborhood I grew up in.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So,
well, the
needless to say, I learned.
It's always good to be, at least like you're saying, prepared. And listen, here's the reality of it, man. People don't realize this. Everything is a weapon.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay?
Oh, yes.
Everything is a weapon. You
Paint
think
cans
along those lines?
great
Yeah,
weapons.
man. Yeah. A pencil.
Anything that flails.
For Christ's sake. Yeah, I mean, there's just about anything you can, there's a way that it can be used as a weapon. So always keep that in mind. But like I say, there's I don't think for me, there's no substitute for a good handgun quality and the ability to use it well. Just having that's one thing, but you have to
knowing how to use it.
Yep.
Absolutely. And for me, the absoluteness of taking somebody's life, I don't know, man. I grew up in a bad place. I saw a lot of shit, and that's something that I don't know. I mean, I can demobilize you quite effectively with my knife.
Yeah.
Where I'm not taking your life. I'm not taking something that isn't mine to take. With a gun, there's an absolute permanency. Like if we're talking about tampons, we're talking about a lot of fucking blood.
Yeah, man.
That's a lot of de-lifing somebody.
Don't
get me wrong. There are
times. But I have
times.
to look at it this way too. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
Definitely.
I had somebody ask me one time, do you think that it's worth taking somebody's life if they stole from you? And I said, that's not a question for me. No, that's not a question for me. That's a question for the person who wishes to engage in theft. Is it worth your life to take that man's shit? You see? That's who should be asking that question.
If it's in a bad situation.
Yep.
Right. If we're in a bad situation and I've got food and you don't, and you come try to steal it, I'm guarantee you're trying to take my life. That's an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
It's a life or death thing. I mean, it's a lot of times, you have to sometimes kill animals that are threatening your livelihood, even though you don't want to. You wouldn't think that coyotes could threaten your livelihood a whole lot, but even if you don't have livestock, right? They'll still dig up your water line. They'll still leave you stranded without water, and
coyotes
if they can't keep them from digging up your water line. I used to live in Death Valley, man. A coyote digging up your water line can affect you badly. So you see coyotes out there they're digging up your water line because it sounds like rodents running under the sand. you got to shoot them. There ain't no other thing. It's either you or the coyote. That's all there is to it. And you might not want to. Hell, I don't want to kill nothing if I don't have to, but if it comes down to it, that's the only time I think that that's justified, is in defense of your life, your family, or your livelihood. Other than that, you don't have a right to cause aggression toward anybody.
Right. Don't cause loss, injury, or harm, and you're good.
Be a porcupine. That's what I think. That's my symbol, man. It's a porcupine. Porcupines don't bother nothing. They just go through the forest. They do porcupine shit, right? And, yeah,
porcupines are pretty invasive, though.
The thing is, they don't really bother nothing. But if you fuck with one, you're gonna have a bad day.
Yep.
So that's what I like in myself too. Is like a porcupine. I'm not out to bother a single soul. But if you come up on me, it's not going to end well for you.
We don't have porcupines in Illinois.
What part of Illinois you live in, Roseanne?
McHenry County.
Have you ever heard of Saline County?
No.
Okay, see, that's down south.
Well, I've heard of it. I just don't know where it's at.
It's down.
I was born in Elgin.
You where at?
Elgin.
I was born in Elgin at Sherman Hospital.
Me too. No shit.
In Michigan?
Damn,
No,
what is the fucking
Illinois.
likeliness? How the fuck does that work? You have two people on your panel that were born at the same hospital.
That's
Elgin,
crazy.
That doesn't
Illinois.
exist anymore.
No,
Well, I was born in 1965. You were a baby.
I was 1965 too.
You got me by a couple.
I was born in Goodrich, Michigan.
I was born in California.
My dad's from Michigan.
I was in Genesee County.
I was in Simi Valley, 1955. That's when I was born.
My dad was from Elgin. My mom was from Huntley. I grew up in Huntley.
So my hospital that I was born in was a private hospital. It was called Wheelock Memorial Hospital in Goodrich, Michigan. And now it's a rest home, appropriately enough. They should call it, I guess they should call it Cradle to the Grave Rest Home. That would be more appropriate.
Right.
They're waiting for you to return.
As long as you don't move back there, Sav.
You couldn't get me to move back to Michigan for nothing. I escaped Michigan 25 years ago, and it's only gotten worse. My son still lives there. I'd like to see him get out, but no way.
My dad has some property out in Port Huron.
Uh-huh.
And like my whole family is from like Sanilac County and Port Huron County or whatever that is. That whole area is like if it weren't for my family, that area of Michigan would not exist. I have a big family in that area.
Yeah, I was I grew up in Oakland County, Michigan, which is where Pontiac is in Oakland County. And I lived just outside of Pontiac in a Waterford Township, which has since become a ghetto. Huh?
That small town.
It's suburban. It was suburban.
What I mean, like that what I was talking about with the Pennsylvania and Ohio, that's that same when I see that's what I see. General area. I was just through there not too long ago. I had to come out for a memorial service. Well, I had the blessing and pleasure to come out for a memorial service is what I should say. But yeah, driving through Michigan, it was sad. Like there's a lot of states in this country that you drive through and there's just a general depression and the people, like we were talking about, the people are.
It's a vibe, dude. It absolutely. Listen, when I went down to Ironton, Ohio to visit Ironton Auditor and a few other YouTube creators, this was a while back. That was something I noticed about that area was there was a general vibe of low vibe. Like
it's not depression. It's like it's like living in depression,
Yeah.
but
Right.
functional.
Yeah.
Like,
And
not really, but functional.
and you could detect that, not that the people are bad or anything, but you could
Right.
tell that they were in a low spiritual state.
Yep.
And that whole area.
And the city is, yeah, it affects the area. It affects the air.
Yep.
Per se.
Listen, I'm about 90 minutes away from DC, and I've had to go there a few times. And the vibe I get there is just pure evil.
Yeah.
It is. It's like I can't wait to get out of there. And it's evil that goes back so long. Because even like when it's dark and you're going through some of those areas and the old stone archways and shit, and you can feel the old evil that's there, you know?
There's a menace to it.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying.
Like, I can't wait to get out of that area. As soon as I'm out of there, and I took last time I had to take my son to Reagan International Airport. And I took a wrong turn at Albuquerque and ended up downtown. And oh my God, I was about halfway fucking wigging out, man. I was like, God, how do you get out of here? Oh shit, there's the Capitol building. Oh fuck, there's the Lincoln Memorial. You know, I'm like, I gotta get out of here. This place sucks. And all these roads are going at stupid angles and shit. And I was like, and that was just, that's still gnawing at me, you know, and it takes a while to shake that.
So you didn't find your level or your compass while you were there?
No, I listen. I just all I was trying to figure out was how to get the fuck out of that place, man.
Come on, you knew how to do it. You know their signs. You know their symbols. Take a left here, and it brings you right out.
It's one thing to look at it from an aerial view, but when you're on the ground in DC, oh my God, it can confuse the shit out of you because it's like, especially like you get down there close by Judiciary Square.
Right. Oh, God. I grew up out in Western Pennsylvania, and my brother lives in Richmond, so I know DC pretty fucking well.
Yeah, man.
Driving back and forth.
They can have that shit, man. That's
no shit.
So
are you in like Dunkirk, Maryland area, or
no? Actually,
north or south?
I'm in the Shenandoah Valley.
Okay,
that's going to be south by southwest.
Yep.
Of DC. So I might end up coming out there like in the next couple of weeks, if not days. I'll have to meet up with you if it's anywhere near. Man. The reason I'm coming out is my brother has some vacation property that he's needing some construction and landscaping, and he's like, well, fuck, dude, come out. I'd rather pay you than pay some other asshole to do it. And where's he at?
He's in Richmond, but I don't remember what the fucking where the property. It's like 3 hours away from Richmond, which would put it in that general vicinity.
Yeah.
Regardless, I'll be coming through DC area, and if you're 45 minutes from DC, I'll come have a smoke with you.
It's more like 90 minutes. It's
90 minutes is 30 minutes in city traffic.
You ever heard of Luray?
Yeah.
The famous Luray Caverns. I'm 9 miles I'm 9 miles outside of Luray.
Okay. I've been there.
So
so I know where you're at.
I'm planning to go over there and do a video on the caverns, you know, just so people can see the place and shit, you know.
Oh, that would be nice.
But I just haven't.
Are they really caverns or are they something older?
Well, it's the way it happened was, I guess this farmer's cow fell through the ground, and through this little opening, they went in there, they pulled the cow out, and this one guy went down in there, and as soon as he went through the hole, he came out in like this room that's about the size of like a small stadium with Holly, and he was scared at first because there was this huge calcite formation right there that looked like a bride or a ghost.
Right.
This whole area is honeycombed through here, West Virginia, Kentucky. Is full
that whole strip
limestone. Yeah, it's limestone caverns from water, basically running underground. And in fact, right
But
near
is
here,
it really water?
what's that?
Is it really water though? Like if you look at, well, for instance, the Capitol building where I lived in Western Pennsylvania, it's at the third highest point in all of Western Pennsylvania. So it's up there. You know, I mean, there's a couple places that are a little higher, but it's up there. You know, like 8,000 feet, I think, is what the altitude or the height is. Dude, I'm telling you, the fucking Capitol building is old as shit, built in the 1800s, and it's flooded out. How the fuck does the tallest or the third highest point get flooded? And then down on the main street, there's an entire, like, the whole line of buildings is like they're again flooded out. In fact, so much so that there's a set of stairs on the far side that you can walk down and see an entire storefront in the basement level. And if you look at the buildings, you can see that there's, you know, this is consistent throughout the buildings across the, you know, I'm just saying, like, that's some fucked up crazy shit because it shouldn't be that way.
Maybe primary water coming up. The water's below, the water's above, and the water's below. You know, if you drill for water and you go too deep and hit it out in California, you can't use it. They won't
It's
allow
salty.
it. No, it's not. It's primary
No?
water. They just don't want you to have it. There's something about it.
I know the
there's a
further
lot.
you down, I know when you go to way, way, way down, like that core they did, that deep mine core or whatever, there was salt water down.
Well, I wonder about that too. There was this guy. Did you ever see where this guy in the submarine found a lake underwater?
Yep.
And tried to
Super
get down
salty,
in it.
saturated.
But the water was so dense he couldn't penetrate through it. He just bounced
Right.
off it. And so I started thinking about that with the waters above and the waters below. You know, that it might be another density layer or something. You know, I know that this bullshit that there's going to space and all that's crazy.
I see. I think they go to space, the space between their ears. They let their imagination run wild.
Well, you know, I halfway wonder if some of them aren't like MK Ultra, to where they can be hypnotically believe that they're actually going to space.
There was a channel that I watched a while back that proposed a theory that we as a species are not actually, it was a wild theory. I will give him that. But he had a lot of backing information. And I mean, it was interesting. But basically, he said we live in a crater that's represented on the moon, but the moon is a reflection of the bigger Earth.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I've seen some of that. That's Vibes of the Cosmos goes on about that.
Like, it was pretty interesting because of some of the things, because we don't fucking know half of what, I wouldn't even say a tenth of the information that's out there and available. I mean, think about how much you've learned on fucking trips where you just came back with knowledge.
Right.
Like, I'm sorry, but we don't know shit. You know, I've got maps that show really crazy shit in my personal possession. I've got a picture right here of fucking, what is it? Portland, Oregon, 40 years after its inception, and it's already got patina on the fucking buildings.
Huh. Yeah. That's that takes years and years to build up.
That takes hundreds of years.
Of course, I've heard too that they paint them with patina. I don't know. I was
gave a shit back in the 1800s to paint things with patina, and the entire building like half-ass painted because it was like kind of washed out.
Those construction videos, like you're talking about, those construction pictures that you see, Like, who completes a floor above a non-completed floor? Right? So you see this floor is
Right.
done here. This floor up here is about halfway done. This floor right here is just still under construction. I'm like, that's renovation, man. That's not construction.
I've never done that.
Nobody does.
I've never done that as a construction worker. This is pretty interesting, though. If you look at this picture, I don't know if you can see it. Look at the Romanesque art.
Hang on, let me pull you up. One sec. Which picture? Oh, yeah.
Like, and it's on all of the fucking buildings. There, the archways. Like, why would we fucking build this way? Like, it makes no fucking sense why a brand new city, a 40-year-old city, would be patinaed and modeled after Moorish architecture.
Take
or
the case of
Roman.
Salt Lake. Look at Salt Lake City. You got 500 Mormons. with
Right.
Joe
Have you ever
Smith,
seen?
right?
Right. Mormons
that's
were
men-
some damn good craftsmen.
That's right. There's 500 men, women, and children consisting of old people all the way down to kids, right? And what? All of them were stonemasons and quarry workers and shit. Get out of here.
Yes,
with that,
fine
man.
finished workers. And have you ever seen the pictures of that building after it was when they were doing the renovations and it was excavated? There's stories underneath that building, just like in Washington, D.C. There's stories under those buildings. Stories down. Many. That riverbed is very, very fucking old, and so is that city. Well before, in my opinion, well before all of what we know as modern history. Because what is history? His story. The fucking government lies to us about every fucking thing. Why wouldn't they lie to us about fucking where we came from or how we got here?
Hold on 1 second. IAH.
Because we're the peons.
4511. Okay, so this is B. McAmus. This is I hope I'm saying that right. This is what I'm putting up on here. Isaiah 45:11. Check that out in reference to what you're
Right.
talking about right there, because it talks about God and his creator. So what's that all about? There's a couple references that have that exact same thing. What are they talking about? God and his creator. And who is the God of this earth? Well,
What I find, have you ever heard the theory between, or the correlations between the L, as in the angels, the L, and the elf with an F?
Or the L-ites. Or
L-ites, yep.
Yeah.
Amalekites.
And who is L actually? L is Saturn. Who is Saturn?
Right.
Saturn
The
is
devil.
Satan. There it is.
But not the devil that we know today, not the dude with the pointy ears. You know, that's weird that we're talking about this. I watched a clip of a show that came on back a couple of years ago. It was called American Gods. Have you ever seen it?
You know, I think I did see of it, but I didn't see it. Hang on,
I've been looking at it a little bit, and it's really kind of fucked up, because basically the whole premise of the show is that the gods from the ancient days are still here, and they manifest themselves as human, and the ones that get worshipped are richer and in a better position than the ones that don't get worshipped. And there's this whole war that they're looking. It's kind of fucked up when you think about it, because why wouldn't it happen like that? If we don't know what it's at the bottom of the sea, how can we even think that we know about how the cosmos actually fucking works? You know, we can't put a fucking shape on it.
Here's the thing too, is that you got to really look at where the obfuscation of that whole trick comes from. Okay. One of the dumbest things you can do to determine where you're at is to look at the sky, unless you're navigating. Okay. So a good idea for that right now is that, you know, if you're sitting in your room in your house and you look up at the lights in the ceiling and you notice that they're bulb shaped, right? Does that mean that you're standing on a bulb shaped floor? Well, of course
Of
not. They
course.
have nothing, it has nothing to do with it. The lights in the sky, the lights in the ceiling have nothing to do with the shape of the fucking room you're in. So that's just dumb. Okay. It's built on an assumption right off the bat that it's an assumption. I see these things in the sky that appear to be round. Therefore, I must be on a thing that's round as well. Well, no, it doesn't mean that at all. Why would
I
it?
think it's interesting how we're handed, and don't get me wrong, like I'm not all for the whole flat earth. I'm not for the round earth. I don't know what the fuck it looks like. And eventually I will, because eventually I won't be here and I'll know more.
Right.
Like,
Well, I know two
that's
things
where
for certain. I know two things for certain that absolutely kill the idea of a globe. Okay? Especially a globe in space. Actually, make that three. For one thing, we can see way too far.
yes.
Okay. So that eliminates that. Secondly, water cannot adhere to an object and assume its shape. You can put water inside
Yes.
of a vessel and the water will assume its shape, but it will never assume the shape outside. It will always seek its own level. And the
Yes.
third big killer is this. You can never have a gas pressure system next to a vacuum without containment. Now you can
Not
tell
only
me all
that,
day
but
long.
not only
You can
that,
tell
but
me,
that gas pressure system also contains water on the inside.
right? Well,
It
where's the
doesn't go
water?
that way.
Where's the liquid water found? It's found at the lower extremities of this pressure system, correct? All right.
Yep.
Now they try to tell us that it's because of a gradient
Mm-hmm.
and gravity holds to the ground. Well, no.
Theories
Because
can do that.
inside of a propane tank, just like you have for your grill, many of you at home, there is a gradient inside that tank. The denser liquid portions of it are at the very bottom and they set level. It decreases as you get to the top of the cylinder. Now, the overall cylinder, there has its overall pressure, which is much greater than the pressure outside of it. Once the containment is breached, gradient or not, all of it comes out quickly and violently and equalizes with the pressure outside of the cylinder.
Yes.
Okay. So therefore, you could never have an atmosphere, an atmos inside of a vacuum without any containment. Now, if you wanted to say gravity holds that to the ground, to the earth, well, let's put that to the test. Let's suppose we have a box about this big and it's got a little lid that slides on it and seals. Okay. And we can open it with like a remote control or something so we don't have to disturb it. So we take it and we seal it up, and it's got this atmosphere inside that box sealed up, 14.7 psi. And I put it inside of a vacuum chamber. Now, gravity is holding that vacuum chamber to the ground. Gravity's holding the box to the ground, and gravity's holding the air to the ground. So now I reduce the pressure in the vacuum chamber to as near zero as I possibly can without imploding it. Then I open the box. If gravity is holding the air to the earth, that air should remain in that box. But we all know that it won't. It will instantaneously and violently equalize with the outside surrounding pressure. So gravity didn't do shit. Now,
Gravity, as far as I'm aware, is still a theory.
well, it is. And what they do, and then the other part of what they do to confuse you is they call the effect the cause. Okay. And what I mean by that, if I drop this object, what makes it fall?
Gravity.
Okay. So what causes it?
Gravity.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, it's got to be gravity. I mean, don't be silly. I mean, we all know the thing that makes it fall is just gravity. That's theory.
It's a molten magnetic iron core in the center of the earth.
Yes, doesn't magnetism lose when iron gets hot?
5,000 degrees is the Curie point for iron. Loses all magnetic properties. Okay, so that's out.
Damn.
Whereas I can measurably prove to you that there is a neutral or negative charge to the earth, and the higher I go, it's a positive above, which would indicate two Gaussian surfaces, a positive and a negative. It's like a Van de Graaff generator. So what we can do is we can reverse the electric charge of something and actually cause it to anti-gravity. Now, what does it do? So it's basically what we observe is what is called incoherent electrostatic acceleration.
Yep.
And buoyancy and density sorted out. Okay, it's the incoherent electrostatic acceleration that determines the vector, the direction, and it's buoyancy and density that sorts everything out.
Sounds like you're talking some Coral Castle type business.
Well, I mean, MIT just came out with this drone that they can fly, has no moving parts, and all they do is change the electric charge, the electrostatic charge of it to a positive, which will repel from the negative, and it lifts off and flies.
Yep.
Now, all they got to do is harness the energy out of the atmosphere to keep that sucker charged, and it could fly indefinitely.
Then why can't I fly?
Why can't you fly? You can.
You absolutely can.
How come I can sink if I fall into the ocean, but I can't fly?
Density, buoyancy.
So your
desire.
Who made the birds fly, or birds not real? I heard that
birds are
the other
definitely
day.
Not real.
Yeah, they're drones.
Oh,
yep, they're all drones.
They're sitting on the telephone wires. They're recharging.
Yep.
Oh my God!
I'm just sticking with you, Roseanne. No, here's
that's only the ones that are between cables. One foot on each cable. Those are the ones that are recharging. The ones that are just on the one cable those are lizards that fly.
Mm-hmm. So it's kind of like this. When you're in the air, all right. Here it's real simple. If I cut out a chunk of air that was the exact same size and shape as you, which would weigh more, you or that chunk of air?
The exact same size or the same weight?
No, the same size. I cut out a piece of air. It's
same
like a
mass.
statue. Imagine I could make a statue out of air that's an exact replica of you, but it's made out of air. Okay. Which would weigh more? The statue made of air of you or you?
We'd be the same.
No, you would weigh more than the air.
You're more dense.
Because you're more dense than the amount of air that you displace.
Are you calling me dense?
Yes,
How dare you?
No, you see what I'm saying? So since you weigh more than the air that you displace, you're going to succumb to going down, to dropping, to the electrostatic. Right. But if I did the same thing and made a statue out of you made completely of water, same size and shape as you, that statue made of water would weigh way more than you. Right?
Oh, hell yeah.
So
I would say way more. Well, I wouldn't say way more. It'd be pretty damn close.
It would be very close, but you would still be lighter, and therefore you would float. Now, here's an even better one. Suppose I made a statue made that was exactly like you, made out of. Oh, there's Deborah. Let me bring her back. Suppose I made a statue of you made out of mercury.
Mercury is the shit that's in thermometers. I have
Right.
no idea.
I want to
if
know
that-
how you're making that happen. Are you like super freezing the mercury? Because that would be one hell of a challenge.
Well, even doing that with
Mercury
air would be a
rises.
challenge. Doing that with air would be a challenge. But
yeah,
what I'm
but
saying is
mercury's
just to
heavy.
demonstrate-
It's mercury.
Yeah, but Mercury rises. It depends on what the atmosphere is.
Just to give you an idea, Roseanne, it's like this. I could take a 250-pound iron anvil, right? And I could put it in a bathtub full of mercury, and it will float like a piece of styrofoam. I can push it around with my finger in it. It'll float like a piece of styrofoam in that
I
mercury.
want to see that.
Okay.
Go online. There's all sorts of examples.
Hang
Oh my God.
Mercury
I
is
don't do
way
the
more dense.
online.
Hang on, I'll show you. Let's see.
It is
And
way more dense. That's why
He's
people
saying-
have always tried to make bullets out of mercury and shit like that.
No, wait. You just said an anvil full of what?
An anvil made out of steel.
yeah, iron. Hang on, I got it.
250-pound anvil.
And it can
For making
float
horseshoes?
water.
It'll float like a piece of styrofoam.
As soon as they
Yeah.
quit trying to sell me progressive insurance, I'll show you.
in
Oh
water.
my God. All right.
You
I'm
need
going to have
progressive.
All right.
We all
so
need progressive. It's the progressive thing to do.
I don't know who I have really. I have to ask my wife. Let's see. Oh wait, I already got it. There it is. Okay. So you put mercury in this tub.
I
I
got a
guess
nice
it's
little
changing,
breeze
yeah.
today. It's perfect weather for this. It's not too hot. Sun's pretty bright.
All right, here we go.
Oh, it's mercury.
You said
Making
steel.
horseshoes and stuff. Like when we had horses.
Yeah,
No, it's
the
mercury.
anvil is
What?
Set
steel
it in here and see if
and
it
it
floats.
floats on the mercury.
It doesn't seem to want to stay upright.
No, you said
Just let
the
it tip over.
steel would float. You didn't say
It is.
anything about putting
It's floating.
mercury in there.
Yeah, I did. I said
You
if
meant-
you
yeah.
put it in, I said if you put a steel anvil in a tub full of mercury, it
No,
will
you did
float.
not. No,
Yep,
you
you
did
did.
not. Rewind and watch.
Well,
That's
you go
what he
back if
said.
you wanted. I know what I said.
I'll back him on that 100%.
See here, look at this. thing.
I
This
already
float-
told you mercury floats.
Look at that.
Depends
That's
on
why
the
the
atmosphere.
thermometers are made.
mercury has a
That's why
density
Mercury-
thermometers are
Mercury-
made with mercury.
mercury is so much denser than steel. And that's why
Yes,
the steel
mercury
will float.
floats.
No,
The
mercury will sink.
mercury is on top of the water.
No, it's not. It'll sink to the bottom of water. It's an extremely dense.
Right. You
material.
have it floating on mercury. I already said mercury rises. That's why thermometers have mercury in them.
It only rises in different barometric pressures.
It does that because of the expansion and contraction due to
Yeah.
temperature is all. It's that's all. That's just that tub is full of mercury. There's no water in there. Okay, there's no water in there. It's full of mercury, which is a metal. Mercury is a metal. It's a super dense metal, and it has a very, very low melting point. This is why it's liquid in all temperatures. It has to be extremely, extremely cold in order for it to become a solid. So
And
anyway,
does not stay that way for very long.
no. So this is once this thing, they filled this thing up with mercury, and I can only imagine how much that freaking tub weighs with all that mercury in there. But this it's huge steel
iron. In fact,
Iron.
due to the density ratios, the iron actually floats better than wood does in water.
And it also won't get on that anvil.
Let's push
It'll
down.
all shed off of that
Oh,
anvil.
it's hard to push down.
every other metal other than iron will amalgamate with mercury. Gold will
Mm-hmm.
turn into an amalgamation. Silver, copper, everything with the exception of iron is the only thing that won't amalgamate with it. That's why they made gold fillings with mercury. It's it turns into like a paste.
Isn't mercury like heavier than gold by just a smidge?
Yeah. See, there's a relationship in the amalgamation of gold and mercury that has
They're
to
very
do with,
similar.
it has to do with this free energy too, because there's even an allegory to the story of Saint Christopher. Because Christopher, when he carried, when who wasn't Christopher, he was Orpheus or Orpheus, I think was his name, and he wasn't real bright. He was a dim-witted giant, and he was looking for the Christ. And his job was to carry people across this river. And one day, a small child appeared at his door and wanted to get across the river. And so he carried this little child across the river. And as he got halfway across the river, the child became almost unbearably heavy. And the current to the river became unbearably strong. And he finally buried the Christ across the child across the river. And he said, "Child, why are you so heavy?" He says, "Because I am the Christ and I carry the world on my shoulders." And so what that is the allegory is that Christopher, the one who bears Christ, represents Mercury. And this is symbolic in any of the depictions of him in artwork where he has a sash. He's in gray and he wears a sash that's made of, what is it? They call it vermilion. Vermilion is a paint that is made from cinnabar, which is the ore that Mercury comes from. Okay, they don't even use it anymore. So
Which
anyway,
is why they should make bulletproof vests out of mercury.
you could never do it. It'd be a liquid. No.
I would not want to get hit with that.
I wouldn't want to carry it. I
hell
wouldn't want
no.
to carry that shit.
Right. Could you imagine? Mercury is very much so a what is it? Like oobleck, where
deadly.
it's solid when it's under compression, but it's liquid when it's not.
It's
so like
deadly.
if you hit mercury with your hand real hard, it hits like you're hitting solid.
Yeah. But anyway, to finish up what I was saying, the Christ is representative of gold. Okay. And that was symbolic of the amalgamation of mercury and gold together, increasing the current. Okay.
You know,
and this is what I think. I think that that's something, okay, you always see these domed buildings, right? And then on top of that dome is this little cupola. Now, there's no way anybody's going to go up in there and stand and look around or nothing, right? So
There's
what is
no
that
way.
for? I believe that that's where the mercury went. And primarily, I think they used red mercury. And these domes and the little ball on top of that thing is always of a noble metal, either gold or bronze or something noble, a noble metal. And I believe that it's a reaction between the mercury and the noble metal that increases the current, and then the dome amplifies it like a speaker. Now, where
here's
it goes
something interesting. Here's something interesting that kind of goes along with that. In a lot of Native American languages, the word for sun is something along the lines of Isus or Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. Isus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if you think about it, is definitely a natural form of golden rays, right? Hitting the noble metal, exciting the red mercury, and amplified between the womb, which is the dome, and then there's always a phallus somewhere near. There's always a phallus of some sort near.
So what about the planet Mercury?
You mean the wandering star they call Mercury? You know, each one of the what
planet?
they call
the planet.
You know, each one of them represents a noble metal, right?
Well, yeah, it's called Mercury.
All right. What's
so
and the sun is gold,
that like
the moon is
what,
silver, Saturn is lead.
It's all alchemy. It's not a planet.
It's all alchemy.
It's not even there as you would think it is. You can't travel to it. Not like we think we can. The
No.
Mars
No,
rover.
it's close to the sun. You can't go there. You get burned out.
No. The Mars rover is not on a place called Mars unless it's like Mars, Nebraska or something like that.
I didn't say Mars. I said Mercury. It's
Yeah.
close to the sun.
No,
I
it isn't.
understand. I understand what you're saying.
Oh, you mean in that the solar system?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. That's not true though.
Oh, of course. We don't have
Can you-
planets. I forgot.
Well, there's no solar system. I mean, it's
a
Solar.
lure.
it's not. There is no
Solar.
It's yeah, I know. That's what they call it. Solar. It's all part of the sun worship cult. Okay,
Yes.
and this is where this whole thing comes from. That this heliocentric idea of the Earth being a small little nothing ball whirling around this gargantuan 836,000 mile in diameter burning ball of gas that is supposedly 93 million miles away. How they would know that is anybody's guess.
Well, they measure it with lasers.
Yeah, right. Well, let's see how that could be done. So
well, they drop somebody off and then we go around. And then that guy that's stranded out there, I mean, come on, you've seen the ISS, you've seen the tether lines.
Think about this. Let's say they were trying to figure out how far away the sun is using a laser, as if that would work. But let's just suppose it did, and it bounced off the sun and told us how far away it was. So it takes approximately 8.5 minutes for light to reach the sun, or for light from the sun to reach the Earth at 93 million miles. So you shoot the laser, 8.5 minutes goes by, the laser hits the sun, another 8.5 minutes goes by before the signal returns to the exact same spot that you shot it from. Now, in that 17 minutes, you've been traveling at 66,600 miles an hour around the sun, which puts you in a completely different location, and the laser beam would never even reach back to Earth.
Well, I want to know what makes it reflect.
Well, it wouldn't. They couldn't ever do that.
You can't measure a laser based off of its beginning point.
But see,
unless you know its ending point.
See if you can figure out. This is how they told how far away the sun was. Okay. See if you can figure out the trickery. A lot of people don't. Some people get it. So they witnessed Venus transit the sun. And two people in two different locations on Earth witnessed it. And through their observations, they were able to, and through these observations, and since Venus is about the same size as Earth, they were able to determine that the sun was approximately 93 million miles away. Now, what was wrong with that whole thing?
They don't know how far Venus is away.
Well, they don't know how big it is. They said, since Venus is the same size as Earth, wait, how the fuck do you know that? You just said that.
That's kind of where I'm getting back to that whole like dome and like we're just in a bubble and there's other bubbles. Like, I don't know, man. That one was one of those interesting theories that actually had me thinking, and he brings good old Uncle Walt Disney into it. And he was an evil bastard, and he knew a lot of the same people that Hitler knew, like the same way that Hitler knew them. I'm just saying.
Good friends with Werner von Braun.
Very good friends.
And also Jack Parsons, who was a disciple of Crowley.
Do you know that if you take the mansion that Hitler's photographs were taken at, him and von whatever her name was,
von Braun? Werner
no,
von Braun?
His girlfriend.
Oh, you're talking about Eva Braun, yeah.
Yeah, Eva Braun. If you take that house, flip it upside down and turn it backwards, you get the same mansion that good old Walt lived in the Americas.
Oh, no kidding.
Well, that's like playing the Beatles album backwards for
See,
God's
we've
sake.
noticed that with a lot of these changes in these Mandela effects, there's like a German connection. And I was trying to find a German connection with Disney, but that may be it, because he did, like you say.
Oh, there's
and
definitely a German connection with Disney. The leading, I saw a documentary, and I will say this is complete hearsay. I don't know the factual, the conversation's sake, do your own research. Nevertheless, one of the leading biometrics specialists in the US, I don't remember the fucking dude's name. I saw it in passing, but he looked at Walt Disney's ears, Grover Cleveland, which is President Cleveland's son, Hitler, and there was a preacher from that same time era. All four men had the same identical fucking ears.
So
Wow.
what does
Yeah.
that say?
That
Well,
says
here's the
either
thing,
they're being
too.
cloned or it's the same motherfucker.
In World War II, the first quote unquote terror weapon was used, and it was called the V2 rocket. This was developed by notorious Nazi scientist, rocket scientist Werner von Braun, who later was brought to the United States under Operation Paperclip and headed up NASA.
Right.
Now, this guy was good friends with Jack Parsons, who was a Crowleyist, a disciple of Crowley. You know, no insurance payoff has ever been paid off for his death. No body has ever been found. Isn't that something?
Whose body?
Jack Parsons. He was the he's the one that came up with JPL, Jet Propulsion's Laboratories.
See, I'm not familiar with that.
This
Yes.
shit is out of this world. No
Now,
pun
here's the thing that
intended.
gets you. Here's the thing that gets you. Have you ever seen Werner von Braun's headstone?
No.
Oh, it's interesting. He has scripture written on his tombstone.
What scripture? Because that'll tell a lot.
Yeah, I'll show you.
Have you ever looked into the Pizos and Josephus?
Yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted. Oh yeah, yeah. See, there's some interesting shit there too. Let me
Ain't
just
that the truth? Tiberius and his ministries.
Paperclip was taken from the Germans.
You see what that is? Psalms 19:1. Who knows what that is?
Psalms 19.
The heavens declare his
Declare his glory, yeah.
and the firmament showeth his handiwork.
Yep.
Why would a rocket scientist and the father of NASA have a scripture talking about the firmament?
You know, he worked very closely with a gentleman by the name of Victor Scheldenberg. Are you familiar with him?
Yep. Yep.
Victor was the one that made the fucking Nazi flying bell. Honestly, I don't think that he was on the side of the Nazis.
Do you think that that it worked and it ties?
I think that ties into. I think that ties in with all the shit that's going on right fucking now, with all the shit that's flying around that we don't know what it is. That's all fucking old Nazi technology.
Oh, they know what it is. They know what it is.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What about the Kecksburg incident? Are you familiar with that?
Which one was that? I know about the one where they brought the ship back.
Well, the thing that looked like an acorn, kind of like Der Glocke, like the Nazi bell you're talking about.
Yeah. Yep. I know what you're talking about.
What was it in the 80s? Sometime in the 80s in Kecksburg, Pennsylvania, wasn't it?
Yep, Kecksburg. Yeah, I do know what you're talking about. Come to think about it.
See,
Yep.
I've been into this kind of crazy shit since I was a kid. So it's like I got a lot up here, man. And sometimes I forget some of it, and sometimes it comes back, and it's I've been down so many rabbit holes.
the Philadelphia experiment really, to me, that describes a lot of why everything is happening the way it's happening. And it also describes, to my understanding, the reason that there was the cold spell that created the potato famine, that they built massive castles during and were starving. All these craftsmen.
Speaking of, that was Tesla's patents include maglev flying saucers and earthquake machine. Yep. Speaking of the earthquake machine, there was they had to evacuate this 98-story building in New York City today because they said it started shaking uncontrollably, and they evacuated the place.
Wow.
Yeah, let me see something in the news about that. Let me see.
That definitely sounds like some shit that I've read over with Tesla. Well, you think about it, like Tesla's, all of his information was gone moments. Like, and then if you also think about it, in that same time era, you had people like Henry Ford and Thomas Edison. What were they doing as the vagabonds but setting up for what we have today? They were literally driving around the country promoting shit. Promoting big industry and big business to the American populace so that we can have what we have today.
So here it says there were real moments of panic taking place at the One Vanderbilt skyscraper. People inside the building felt some major shakes that made many believe an earthquake was taking place in the city. As all were evacuated, many realized there was no earthquake happening at all, but these shakes were extremely violent. Everybody wondered what happened to the building. A spokesperson for Vanderbilt Tower revealed the shakes were produced by an elevator malfunction. But this reason doesn't feel right for many Twitter users who are getting to read the news.
What in an elevator would cause that? You're talking about a cable elevator?
I would imagine. But there again, if we know Tesla did it with a 15-pound weight, couldn't you get the right kind of oscillation out of a pulley, for instance, that maybe that could do something like that? That's possible.
That's true. I never even thought about that. So it could have been in what and described accurately and still been done. That, wow, yeah.
Yeah, that could actually be what was going on there.
And the thing is if he could do it back then with the 15-pound weight, it wouldn't even take that today. I thought the name was pretty interesting. Name and location. Number 1 Vanderbilt.
I don't know, man. That was something on Twitter that came out from it.
Yeah, all sorts of crazy shit. You can find patents on all this stuff. Like, why is the fucking weather the way it is lately? There's patents on that shit. They've been around since the 60s. That's what the Vietnam War was all about, that and rubber.
It's a 98-story building. It was supposed to be telling me when it was built. Let's see.
Maybe it was one of those buildings that was loaded with the plastic explosives prior to being built.
Oh my God. The One Vanderbilt skyscraper was built 2 years ago, and it is one of the town's most important tourist attractions. People who go to New York can pay $39 for admission to the tower. Kiss my ass. To $59 for folks who want to experience the glass elevator, which rises 12 more stories. The place where the elevator malfunction took place was at the Summit One Vanderbilt, which has an outdoor terrace over 1,200 feet in the air. Those elevators are made of clear glass.
A glass elevator? You're talking about I think you're on to something. You're in a fucking test tube, dude.
What the fuck? Terrified workers flee New York One Vanderbilt skyscraper after huge shake rippled through interior of the 93-story building. So yeah, that's kind of weird. What they said in that about the Tesla's patent is, I don't know, that just triggered me to remember that. That's how my old brain works these days.
Correlation, man. That's what it's all about.
Yeah. So I don't know. That's just where I go with it. Well, I've been on here a little bit. I'm going to cut her down here. I think we've kind of covered the gamut.
And that's
Roseanne,
some.
have we freaked you out too bad here tonight? Have you lost it? I wanted to also, where'd my friend go? Wanted to thank her for coming tonight as well. Enjoyed having everybody up here. Roseanne, you there?
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, Nubs.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening.
Did we blow your mind at all?
No.
No? Well, you got any last words for us? I'm getting ready to shut her down, sweetheart.
It's been a pleasure.
It has indeed. It's good to hear from you again.
Yeah, when are you coming out to McHenry County, Illinois?
I don't know, man. I got to wait and see what happens. I might have to defend the home front here.
Oh, no.
Depends on who gets arrested, right?
That's it, man. It is. I don't know. I guess I'll make it out that way another time. Me and the wife are wanting to make another trip out west. Maybe we'll take the northern route this time.
All right. Look forward to it.
I usually take I-40 when I go out west, but might go out a different way. Take the northern route. Go out. What is that? 80. I think.
Yeah. Well, 80. Then you got to go north from there. 80 is Tornado Alley. You don't want to go that way.
Listen, I've missed a couple huge disasters in my travels. I had just driven through Paradise, California, an hour before it went up in flames. I had just come through when all those tornadoes a few years back hit all over in Oklahoma. I had just come past that when all those tornadoes hit. In fact, I was joking that it was me that caused them. But yeah,
it probably was.
It might have been. Who knows? Somebody trying to get me. Nubs, you got any final thoughts here tonight, hon?
Final thoughts, I would say definitely do your own research and believe nothing till you know it's true.
Absolutely. Good words. Yeah, man, you got to look into some of this stuff. And like Roseanne and everybody was looking at tonight, we started pointing out some stuff, I mean, the Disney thing, I think that's a big one that a lot of people, it's going to blow their minds, because everybody remembers Tinkerbell coming out with the little wand and making the dome, right? The little swoosh and the sparkles, everybody saw it. It's no longer there, man. It's no longer there.
If you really think about it, all of this shit connects.
Yeah,
in its own cosmic web, whatever you want to call it, it all connects. There are ties from everything to everything in one manner or another. It's a big fucking spider web.
Well, that's like I look for patterns and I'm finding some hints of patterns, but I'm trying to put them together. Looking for meaning. I'm looking for meaning. And
it's like doing a white puzzle.
Mind melting shit, says AK Crawling. All right. Well, I'm just going to leave y'all with, how we always say, Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey and try to stay away from the doctor if you possibly can. So
if you need anything, you get a hold of me. I'll tell you what to research.
Right on, Nubs. Right on.
Love you, Stub.
All right.
Y'all have a good one.
Man. All my people in chat, thanks for showing up. Y'all take care. Peace out, man. Good night.